sweet spot, as they say in the sport. Certainly for this tonight's encounter, both games very, very critical as it relates to the table. Certainly some household names as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago footballers is on show here tonight, and I expect an exciting afternoon of football.
All the music, well, synonymous with activity here in Trinidad and Tobago. This game, of course, being played at the Horquetta Recreation Ground, located in East Trinidad, surrounded by the Northern Range that you see in your background. Beautiful site, beautiful venue. And I tell you, in just a few minutes, expect this facility to be crammed to capacity. It's what we've seen all tournament so far. So it has been a quite interesting tournament, one that was dominated by Terminix Horquetta Rangers. And you can just see in your picture the teams making their way onto the field. Jassy McDonald would lead the referees contingent for this one. And he's assisted by Kurt Charles and Jordan Cox. And Cunupia in the black, led by the captain, Kevon Showtime Woodley. Lots of goals expected from him. So the men in white lead the men in black, and the men in yellow. AC Port of Spain wearing yellow this time around. Cunupia forced into the black kit as the away team. Kevon Showtime Woodley, how good has he been in this tournament?
Yeah, certainly has found a lot of form in this tournament so far. Has always been a handful for defenses. And of course, one of those players that could win a football match. It must be mentioned as well, Trevon Caesar, another former national player, will be joining him in the attack.
Well, here are your lineups today. And Cunupia FC, Keon Daniel, the former T&T International, would cement the middle of the park. Mensa Maestro, the Ghanaian defender, he would be expected to perform defensive duties. Kevon Woodley is joined in attack by Trevin Caesar, and they've got the usual cast alongside them that will be expected to provide lots of depth in their squad. Michael Defoe is the coach of this team.
Of course, expecting to play in a 4-3-3 system, Canupia FC. Should be a lot of attacking power there.
Well, a change in goalkeeping for AC Port of Spain. Jadel Poon Lewis has been replaced by Rogrello Holder. But they've got lots of quality in the team. Kareem Eastman in defense. Michael Poon Algaron played football in Banfield in Argentina, 4 caps with the national team. He's been slotted into a midfield position, and he will join Che Benny to lead the attack together with Jahim McPhee. Gilbert Bato is the coach of this team, father of former T&T International Sheldon Bato and Tiana Bato in the women's circuit. Lots expected from this squad, AC Port of Spain. They're going to be looking for their first win in the competition.
Yeah, it'd be critical how they start here. They would want to play on the front foot as well. We talked about the attacking prowess of Canupia FC, but certainly some names that should be mentioned within the AC Port of Spain ranks. Shea Benny, as you mentioned, Punanjanon, another player who we expect to have an impact. And of course, McPhee up front, standouts in the SSFL. Let's see how their transition to the big man football, as we call it in Trinidad and Tobago, how that goes for them.
Oh, he's got limited time to adjust, as a big game expected, as Cunupia FC will take the early possession. Well, they gave that right away to AC Port of Spain, who will look to launch the first attack. And already charging forward. Oh, he's gone past 2, and he's gone to ground. No whistle. Might just have lost his footing there. But a good start, a start of intent from AC Port of Spain. Sean Burnval already showing what he can do with the happy feet. So if you just joined us, this is the Ascension Football Tournament. AC Port of Spain in yellow against Cunupia FC. Well, the shouts are a handball, and spotted a bit belatedly by the referee, but finally he concedes. And the guilty man, Jahim McPhee, lots expected from him today.
Yeah, certainly a lot is expected. Stand out at St. Anthony's College. Now, of course, playing here with AC Port of Spain. Nice target type forward. James, good with both feet. Has a little additional burst of speed that can elude defenders. You're going to have to keep an eye on him.
Oh, that's a good turn and a foul committed. Taken quickly by Punalgaran. And here's Bonval. So a happy feed from him earlier. Tried to carve out a chance for McPhee. Well cut out. Well, they're certainly pressing down the right-hand side. This time, Bonval can't keep it in. But it's just been mere minutes going in this match, but most of the attacking intent has certainly come from the team in yellow. Throw. Does find his target. Won by Punalgaran. That's just sloppy with possession. Gifting it back to Cunupia. Mensah sends it long. Long searching ball, trying to find Bonval. Well cut out. And that's, well, he spoke about big man football earlier on. And I got some big man treatment there, Jaheem McPhee.
There's good awareness by him. Was able to pounce upon that errant pass. Certainly has the ability to create and also to score.
Well, can they open up an attacking opportunity? They've bossed the ball so far in the opening minutes. Here's the captain, CEEN Thomas. No risk taken. Looking for Bonval. Well cut out. Final touch might have come off of Kian Daniel, so it will be AC Port of Spain's ball. Here's Shaquille Edwards. Cut out. Shea Benny. Oh, he's gone past one, easy like that. Picks out Bonval. He's got three to aim at inside the area. Can he find one of them? Well, that's well cleared away. Keon Daniel. Oh, that's a good ball to Chevin Caesar, but the flag comes up. Has to go anyway. Tries to get that leg swinging. I reckon you'd see more like that from the Chevin Caesar, the 32-year-old.
It was an intelligent run coming off the flank, trying to get in behind the AC Port of Spain defense. Just timing of it by the pass inside by Keon Daniel may have been a little bit off. But it's the type of run you would expect to see from Caesar. Clever, direct, and of course the type of run that would get him in behind. He has the pace, certainly does.
Well, he's known as a speed merchant in his early days. Oh, that's a good pass. Has it got them some joy? Well, headed away. And, well, a bit illegally as well. Against Cunupia FC. As Chevin Caesar finds himself at the end of a rogue tackle. You'll have to rub that off. Well, Punangaran is known more for his silky skills and tackling. Putting in a heavy one. Here's Daniel. Oh, that's a good pass from Daniel. Opening the door, but maybe too long. And that just goes out of possession. It's been a story so far for Cunupia FC. It's only 6 minutes gone, but they haven't really connected the dots in terms of build-up.
I think as well, James, the tempo of the game has been quite slow by Canupia. They seem to be almost in cruise control. And I would expecting them to be a bit more the aggressor, simply because of what's at stake. A win tonight in this fixture, and they would be 2 points clear of Terminex La Horquetta Ranger, who's next to play.
Certainly would put pressure on the leaders if Cunupia were to get a win. Would leapfrog La Horquetta and Police FC. Tied with Police on 9 points. Here comes the Yellow Army. Finding Poon. Oh, he's showing good feet. Benny trying to switch the point of the attack. Pong his man. And can he get something? Well, easy for the goalkeeper. Nice communication there. Just saying keep calm. Discovered. Kevin Graham, of course, in goal for Cunupia. Veteran goalkeeper, Kevin Graham. Well, he's run himself into some trouble. And Canupia tried to wiggle their way out of it. And they're pushing forward with space on the right side to get a good cross in. Well, it's too easy in the end for CEEN Thomas, the captain. Win it back though, Caesar. And for the second time in this match, he's gone to ground. This time the whistle sounds. Certainly not giving him any space, Kevin Caesar. Here's Woodley. Can't get it past the captain. It's only as far as Caesar. It's back with Cunupia. Lacked a bit of quality in the final third in the opening minutes. And again, this time, attack comes to naught. And Bonval presses forward. Can he keep it in? He's done well. And, well, he's saying that he was pushed, and the referee's assistant agrees with that assessment. So it will be a free kick. Well, he does look in some discomfort, doesn't he? Bonval. He's, I'm not sure if he's holding his neck or his eyes, but he...
It looked like he was grabbed around the neck, almost police arrest style.
He's also lucky to get out of the way of that Kung Fu challenge that came in.
I think he has a couple love marks left behind.
Well, he takes his time to adjust as Benny swings this in, and it's away by Kevin Woodley. Coming back to help his team defend. Eastman pongs this one long into the area, looking for Algaron. Here's Jaheem. Che Benny. Oh, he's got the dancing feet. Opens up the park. And well, that's good work from the defensive team. Putting pressure, Stephen Julian. Well, Julian, he looks eager, up for this challenge. Can they find a way through the sea of yellow? Well, not this time. That's easily cut out. McPhee into Benny, linking up well. Oh, Benny giving the man the wrong address, and well, he found the wrong address with the shot, but certainly entertained the crowd.
It's a good bit of skill there by that Machi Benny. He did load up the left foot as we look at it here. Cuts inside, leaves his man for dead, but on the weaker right foot, just couldn't find it past Graham. Needed a little bit of direction.
Looking for Woodley, does find Woodley, easily taken away from him. Well, they'll tussle for this one. Kevin Caesar, helped out by Woodley. Yes, Captain Thomas gets past him. Keon Daniel gets involved, and here's Kevin Caesar. Well, he certainly sliced open the chance for himself like butter, but in the end, some good defending took it away.
Yeah, he tracked his man all the way through there. That man in your picture, Punanjanan. It's good defensive work, following all the way through. I think Caesar may have felt he had a step on him there, but he wasn't able to get a shot. He didn't even get a corner out of it. So good defensive play.
Well, they're pressing them high now, and well, illegally as well this time around. But they're not allowing them to build up out of the back. Philip taking no prisoners, as they say. That's a A different approach from what we saw in the opening few minutes, where they allowed them to build up in their third. Here's Thomas. Angeron. This time being allowed to build up. And again, it's that man in the far corner. Doesn't allow it to get past him. This is long. And he's appealing for a corner. The referee's assistant says it is. The referee says it isn't. So he's vetoed the decision.
I think he may have had a case there for a corner.
Well, again, they're getting space to build up. Yes, Shea Benny. Well, he's been sizzling since every time he's touched the ball today. And they press forward. Can they find space down the left side? Not this time. It's one back by Benny. Well, he's a national youth football star, Shea Benny. Also played with St. Anthony's College in the SSFL. That's well cut out. Well, he's looking for movement. And couldn't pick out Bonval this time around. Just a bit of quality lacking in the final third of this match. Decent build-up play in the middle. Not finding that killer pass just yet. Shea Benny perhaps carving out the best chance. Well, this could open up here, and it's a shot, and well,
could be dangerous.
Oh, Showtime keeps it alive, and well, you expect better from him, and he just couldn't pin the donkey's tail when presented with the opportunity, but a harmless-looking chance in the end, and it fell to one man you'd expect to hit the target, Shovin Caesar, but not this time.
When the shot came in, initially nice layoff there by Woodley. And of course, a cracker there by Allen. You thought there, Showtime when they put it in the back of the net, but he was trying to be the server. Just couldn't find the net, Caesar.
Well, maybe this time, well, they've won a corner, and again, Allen is creating all sorts of disruption. And well, he's had a tough time. He's done well, he's kept it out though.
Yeah, he's kept it out, and I thought Caesar maybe could have taken a touch, James, and pick his corner, rushed it a bit, leaning back, always was going to go over the bar. He'd be disappointed in that one.
All hands on deck as the yellow shirts are forced to defend. Shea Benny helping out his captain, Sean Thomas and company. Well, the attacks have been rare, Cunupia, but they've certainly opened up the best chance of the match so far inside the 60th minute. Can they do more damage from this corner? Well, did get ahead, but not the direction he was looking for. He's dangerous. Here's Benny. Just seems to be occupying that free role in the middle, Shea Benny. Seen him on the right, seen him through the middle. That time operating out of the left. Bonval. Good defending. Here's Keon Daniel. Chance opening up, looking for Woodley. Might have been offside. Oh, that's a good turn from McPhee. And he gets Bonval going down the right-hand side, but his touch in the end too heavy. And the chance comes to North.
I think that sums up the first 15 minutes or so we've seen, James. Just lacking a little bit of quality, both teams, especially in their respective attacking thirds. where you expect to see a little bit more guile and creativity. It's been met with rashness in some occasions, and in some occasions just poor decision making. If both teams can find that quality, certainly would give them the advantage. We've seen some decent midfield play so far. Both teams trying to build and pass the ball around. But is that quality in the attacking too that's eluded both?
Well, here's a man who can produce quality, Trevin Caesar. And this time, pass is cut out. Has won a corner though. Hasn't quite connected in attack, but he certainly has been lively and created some moments of danger. Played in the USL with Sacramento Republic. He also has 15 caps for the national senior team. He scored 4 goals, Trevin Caesar. Here's another man who's played all over in the MLS with the Philadelphia Union, Kian Daniel. Oh, he's found Woodley, and well, somehow, some way that was kept out. But I think everybody wants to see that again. Hands on the head. Everybody knows that that came very close. Kadeem Graham and Kevon Woodley.
Was a good whipped ball into the box. I did it, that man there. I tell you what, Woodley was not far off at all. I think the goalkeeper was well beaten there. Counting his luck.
Well, it's another chance to whip in a dangerous service. Well, he's found a black shirt and a shot, spin-balling around, and this time they get it home. And, well, it's the sky blue. Well, Kevon Woodley, he scores, that's what he does. And again, he gets on the score sheet to give Cunupia FC the lead against AC Port of Spain.
Well, it was just sloppy all the way around by AC Port of Spain. They never really cleared their lines. And of course, that allowed for the ball to finally get to that man, Kevon Showtime Woodley. We talked about him leading into this one and how dangerous he is in front of goal. Certainly showed that today. Poor clearance there for Mensah. He initially got a shot blocked. Look how many yellow shirts are just standing around. Nice dink ball by Allen. Good vision. Woodley with the easiest of tasks to tap it into the back of the net with the forehead. Tell you what, he's in red hot form here in this Ascension tournament.
Well, he's 35 years old, and if you can keep up this rate of scoring, you might just get 35 goals in this competition. Two-time club championship winner, Kevon Woodley. Also a T&T Beach Soccer International. One thing that he has done consistently throughout his career is find the back of the net. So Canupia FC lead by 1-0. Here's Woodley. But there's a reason he scores Showtime. He has a bag of tricks. Couldn't pull one out this time, but certainly has won a corner for his team.
I tell you what, he's a situation with the national team, of course, lacking that goal-scoring threat at the international level. You have to wonder if Coach Angus Eve is looking past the age factor with Kevon Showtime Woodley and may insert him into the upcoming Nation League games. He certainly deserved it in what we've seen so far from him. A national call-up, that is.
Kian Daniel again looking for Woodley. This time the goalkeeper intercepts the threat. I think he made a good point though, Brent Sancho. I'm sure his fans won't disagree. Fans of the Ascension Tournament wouldn't. Well, can AC Port of Spain respond? Looking for a chance of their own. Well, it's a man, what's the most unusual clearance I've seen in quite a while, but they managed to keep it. Yes, Benny. McPhee, Poon Algaron trying to keep possession. He has done so. Nice link-up play. And perhaps a bit too straight, but Benny.
Oh, I tell you what.
Down, and
I tell you what.
Not interested in that. Referee Jassy. And some sections of the Canupia bench, you feel that a bit of simulation was involved from Che Benny.
Well, he made a dart and run into the box there. Let's see a little movement of the shirt, James.
Yeah, the hand just came across him there. I don't think there was much to give a call. Brandon Semper, of course, the offending party. Perhaps a bit lucky as well. Can they find Bonval? Well, they have. And this pass is wayward. Cunupia FC looking to add more to the 1-goal advantage that they've got. They've lost it. Here's Benny. Oh, that's a good-looking service, looking for Bonval. And well, just eluded McPhee, but Bonval keeps it in. Well, they create something dangerous. Again, just across the area. Cesar clears. Keon Daniel can't get it away. They're knocking. Huffing and puffing. Looking for McPhee, and well, he has a snatch at it. Came much closer to our cameraman than the goalpost.
They're starting to find a little bit of joy now, James. The AC Port of Spain team. Little flicks and tricks in the attacking third. Certainly not short of confidence. If they could, of course, turn this little spell of pressure into a goal, I think the coaching staff and all of the AC Port of Spain will be over the moon.
Well, this time the decision goes against them. And Canupia will have an opportunity to get a breather. Haven't been under assault of sorts in the last few minutes. Well, Canupia has had a decent start in the tournament so far, sitting 3rd position. Tied in 1 point with 2nd place Police, just 1 behind leaders Terminex Rangers. AC Port of Spain still in search of their first win. Played 4 matches. They've only lost once though. I've gotten 3 draws, just missing something, some sort of ingredient.
Well, of course, what we've seen from them so far, as we see Coach Walt Noriega, of course, pondering his next move. But certainly what we've seen from AC Port of Spain so far would suggest that they have all the ingredients there to win football matches. Just seem to be lacking that little bit of quality in the attacking third. Decision making as well. And we've seen instances where passes could have been threaded through, and instead a shot was taken. And I think in those sorts of situations, it could be the difference between winning 4 games or drawing 3 games.
Well, that's well intercepted. And well, he's gone to
I
ground
tell you.
in a bad area, and a chance could open up here for Port of Spain. And well, they came close, but again, couldn't find that bit of quality to hit the far corner.
That is a big, big chance. And I'm sure we'd certainly want that one back. Everything was done right there. McLean should have at least hit the target, James.
Well, Canupia crying foul. That's the moment where it happened, and Puna Angeron.
He slips it there to McLean. I think that extra touch took him a little bit too wide and made the angle a lot more difficult than it should have been. As we see Coach Defoe, of course, probably asking what's gone wrong in the last 5 minutes or so. His team seemed to be up and comfortable, and now AC Port of Spain are certainly in the ascendancy.
Well, here's McLean looking for Bonval. Oh, that's a good
ball.
touch.
That's a good touch.
Oh, just coming closer. They're creating more and more chances, and they might just have gotten a touch because they're saying it's a corner. Kevin Graham doesn't seem to agree.
Well, it's a good ball over the top there. And of course, he would have wanted to hit the target there, Bonval, but nevertheless, it looked like he would have gotten a touch. So good run, get it in behind, blindsided run, behind his defender. And a nice weighted pass over. A good period of pressure here for AC Port of Spain.
Well, if anybody can claw them back in this match, after the destruction caused by that man, Kevin Woodley, would be Che Benny. His corner this time is flat. We'll have a second opportunity though. How good has this man been for Canupia? Mensah, the Ghanaian, two-time Ghanaian champion. Mensah for making the move to Trinidad and Tobago. And here's Benny. Oh, that's a dangerous one, and wow, he got a touch on it, McPhee, but couldn't find the precision. But they're coming closer.
Yeah, certainly getting closer. Did everything right there. Good height, good ball in by Che Benny. Eluding his first man, and just right about there where he got the head on it. May have been slightly mistimed by fractions. They're certainly getting closer.
Well, Angeron, a dangerous area. 1v1. Oh, he's done well, and he's gone to ground. And, well, he's completing for a foul. I think the foul might have come a bit belatedly. Referee not sold. Here's Woodley. Tough tackle, but he has one corner. So it's a situation like this that they were able to carve out their opening goal, Cunupia FC. And they get another bite. And again, it's that man, Keon Daniel, standing over it. 57 caps for the national senior team of Trinidad and Tobago. Scored 14 goals. Man from Tobago. Can he create a goal-scoring opportunity here? Whoa! Can't get them easier than that. And I'm sure Kevin Woodley would have been hoping he would have been at the end of that instead of the centre-back Mensah, known for his goal-scoring prowess. And that, I guess, will continue.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how he missed that. I know there's a phrase in Trinidad of unscoring a goal. And might that just apply to Mensah's attempt on goal? Certainly the simplest of chances just to tap it in with the head. Well, I think any part of his body, to be fair, James, with the amount of time he had to do it.
Well, to be fair to him, he might just say, well, that's not his job description. Would have exceeded what his job requirements were if he had put it in. Well, Port of Spain make them pay though as we approach the half-hour mark. He's just dancing away, but he can't open up the Black Sea, but Che Benny can. And, well, that's well cut out in the end from Mensah. And just what he's been paid for. Oh, it's a foot race here. 1-1 by Canupia. And abruptly lost because of good defending.
He's been quite lively, Alan, on both flanks.
Sure has.
I think what he would like to see from him is more of a finished product at the end of it. He's been obviously very workmanlike in his performance so far. But that finished product, that accurate cross or even a good shot on target, is just to see that a little bit more consistency from him.
Well, it's a breather. The players will get, albeit a very brief one. This play finally resumes. It's Thomas. And, oh, not well navigated the pass. Easily cut out. Caesar just swapped flanks. It's cross on the left now. Daniel can hold on. Punangaron. Bonval. It's been very lively today. And, well, he's got it to McPhee with space and time. And what he's appealing for a handball. Referee doesn't think perhaps it's intentional. It look a bit suspicious. This time, Showtime couldn't hang on. Well, they're just flying in with challenges now as the intensity increases. How about that from the yellow shirts of AC Port of Spain? Oh, that's clever. And has he been taken down again? No call from referee McDonald. Couldn't pick out Woodley. The pace of this game has certainly gone up a notch in the last few minutes.
Yeah, it has. And both teams now have trying to push and get players in behind. Certainly seen from an AC Port of Spain perspective, the midfield runners trying to break lines and get in behind the Canupia FC rear guard. And we've seen some clever football like this from Canupia FC. Tempo has raised, you're correct.
Well, the referee's assistant spotting something not quite his liking. And the free kick will be retaken. Oh, that's a reason right there. Kevin Woodley grounded. It's his goal that has Cunupia FC leading by 1-0. His 7th in the competition. Scored a brace last weekend, over the Easter weekend. And, well, he scored a hat-trick before that.
It's just a very difficult proposition for defenders. He's big, he's strong, he has a good turn of speed. Very, very clever. Of course, extremely experienced. And most importantly, James, he can find the back of the net at will.
That's a scary proposition for any defense. Angeron. Oh, that's a good touch of McPhee. Just couldn't make the angle for himself in the end, but he has won a corner.
And that's been the difference in the game. That little speck of quality that is needed to create a chance, to get a shot on target, and of course to put the ball into the back of the net. That's really been missing from AC Port of Spain. Their entry play hasn't been bad, their build-up play hasn't been bad at all. They're just lacking that little quality necessary.
Oh, Che Benny, Angeron. This time his shot is cut out. Oh, man stays down. And
so Woodley.
Yeah, seems in a spot of bother. He's been helping out with the defending quite often, Kevin Woodley, and this time, well, that man will have to come to his rescue as he remained down after the shot. It's a worrying sign every time you see a leading scorer on the ground.
Seems to be a little bit winded. Done very well there to block that shot by Punanjanon, but as I said, if AC Port of Spain can just find that little extra that is needed, I think they could safely see themselves get into the back end. Of course, Coach Defoe probably hoping, like many of the fans of Canupia FC, that the leading talisman is okay. He looks okay, that's for sure.
Oh, nothing, some H2O won't fix. Reading an article today, doctor has been prescribing water, and he believes that it is a miracle cure for many things. Think about it, he said that many medication is taken with water. Maybe water might be the X factor.
Never thought of that one, James. I think it's a team shot. I mean, look at some water the next time I have a flu or a headache.
Oh, certainly.
I will certainly give my reports to you. Maybe we need to send it to that doctor.
But it has fixed Kevin Woodley, who is back on the field, albeit with a slight limp. To the left of your screen. Well, chance is opening up, and Woodley on par for his second, and he does get his second. Well, when you put them where the sun doesn't shine, you create nightmares for goalkeepers, and that's exactly what he did. It's a nightmare for that guy, as Cunupia FC have taken a 2-0 lead as Kevin Woodley has scored his 8th goal of the competition.
Well, if there was ever a signal sent by a player for a national team call-up, I think it has been sent by that man. Clever through pass there by Daniel. Look at this for a finish. Rootless. Into the roof of the net. Kevin Showtime Woodley, 2-0 to Canupia.
Well, he's armed and he's dangerous. And, well, you'd need some bodyguards, the goalkeeper. You've seen 2 fly past him. And it has come from the very same man, Kevin Woodley. What a performance from him. 35 years old now, but he shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Well, is there to be a response from Port of Spain? We'll have to wait as Cunupia hold on to possession. Well, that's away. Well, you can just feel the music pumping up. They're loving what they're seeing. And well, of course, never a shortage of support here in Horquetta. Entertainment always on show.
The Ascension girls in full flight. That's short.
Oh, that's dangerous. Short. And Chevin Caesar could be in. He's gone past him. The touch a bit heavy. He's kept it alive though. And in the end, the chance has evaporated just as quickly as it has come. And Chevin Caesar, for all his industrious work, he's found goal scoring difficult tonight. Oh, it's been frustrating for him.
But you just feel that that second goal would have deflated any sort of chance that AC Port of Spain would have felt of getting back into this one. It's just almost against the run of play, I would suggest, James. When we thought that AC Port of Spain was starting to get a little bit of a hole in it, certainly in the middle of the park and other areas. And now, all of a sudden, instead of being 1-1, they're 2-0 down.
And just to think that a few moments before that, Woodley was lying on the ground in pain. Well, what a way to stamp your revenge. Yes, Sempa looking for Woodley, flicked on.
Oh, that's a handball, I thought.
And Holder holds on to this chance in the end. And yeah, if you're abused for a handball, you're right.
I tell you what, James, if there ever was a call for VAR, it would be this game. That one looked like it was certainly handled in the box.
Well, they're lucky. Score remains 2-0 as we enter the final 5 minutes of the first half. Yes, Chi Benny just feel that they need something from him. It's well cut out. And it should be easy for the goalkeeper, Kevin Graham. Yes, Caesar. Oh, lost his footing. Lost possession to Bonval. Has he gotten past this man? He has been fouled, and he will have an opportunity maybe for Che Benny to whip in something to give them some sort of hope going into the halftime.
Yeah, very unnecessary challenge there. Player going nowhere in terms of a threat, and just gave away a very, very easy free kick.
Well, he's got 6 yellow shirts inside of the area. Have struggled coping with the height of the Canupia players, and again headed away. Caesar can't get away. Maybe this time he can. Wow, that's a rugby type challenge from Punangaran. That would earn him a gift card courtesy referee Jassy McDonald. There we go. Yellow card for his trouble. It's good that he can still smile about it though, Brent Sancho.
I tell you, he was all intentions and all eyes on the ball. Certainly nothing malicious behind it. But he was late. And of course, when you're talking about heads clashing there and late arrival, the combination is never a good one.
Should be easy for Holder. Everybody seems to be as they were. That's Hieski and Daniel. Oh, he's done well. Man known as Killer, showing some of those skills. And this time he's dispossessed. Here's McPhee. Gets the attention of 3 black shirts, and they've done well. They've won it cleanly, says the referee. Well, Holder is still protesting that he was illegally challenged. Assistant referee very close to him, just a few meters away from him, decided that he saw nothing wrong. Getting back in the match is certainly what's going to be on his mind. And this man will be critical. He's got 4 senior international caps, 21 years old. Did play some club football in Argentina with Banfield Soccer Club. Well, can Bonval carve open something? Well, he's got to keep hold of possession first. Captain Thomas, Capitani Capitan. A tussle with Woodley. But they've got to learn you can't make him angry. We saw what happened the last time. They were rugged against him. Just 2 minutes will be added as full time has come to its expiry date. So 2 additional minutes. Che Benny and company to create something. That's good defending. It's been solid, Stephen Julian. A bit fortunate, Daniel. And this time he's cut out. Julian. Mensah. Well, that's good double teaming as Daniel wins it back.
He's offside.
And this time the flag spoils that bit of joy.
Should have held his line. Had no reason to leave that early. Allen enjoying the game so far, having a good spell. But I just thought that he could have been a bit more patient, James, in holding off his run a bit.
Inside the final minute of time added on. Is there to be some joy for Port of Spain? Or maybe the other way. Got Chevin Caesar with him.
That's a poor pass. That's
yeah.
a really poor pass.
Heavy pass. Oh, that's good. It's very good. Buenísimo, as they say in Spanish. Caesar offsides. He leaves it to run. Space opening up here. And, well, he couldn't find a black shield in a crowd of yellow. Maybe the last chance of the half. Opening up for Port of Spain. Just needs to get it inside the area. And, well, the referee has seen enough. And it's a half-time that brought joy to Cunupia fans in Central for the team from the capital, while they find themselves trailing by 2-0. First half summary.
Well, I think from a Canupia perspective, of course, they'll be very happy with the 2-0 lead. And more importantly, they haven't played to their optimum best, one would suggest. They certainly seem to have a couple more gears in the locker. That man there is the difference, really, between the two teams. And is the reason why Canupia is out front.
So Canupia FC, 2 goals from Kevin Showtime Woodley take a 2-0 lead over AC Port of Spain. We take a break and we come back with first half highlights. Well, it's a party atmosphere here in La Horquetta. I can tell you which fans are celebrating. Just look at the caption on your screen. Canupia FC leading 2-0 against AC Port of Spain. Let's take a look back at what unfolded in the first 45 minutes. Well, that man creating some early chances for AC Port of Spain as they took the bull by the horn. And then a bit of a fumble, and Kevin Woodley opened up a passageway for Chevin Caesar, leaning back and gravity working against him on that occasion. Scores remaining goalless. And Keon Daniel threatening from the corner. And they would come close there. Somehow, some way that was kept out. But then from the other end, more chances opening up for Cunupia. The ball pinning around, but eventually finding its way to diving to Big Onion, Kevin Woodley. And that's goal number 7 for him in the competition. And then later on, Che Benny, he's been at the heart of everything good for Port of Spain, knocking on some doors. And later on, McPhee getting close with the header as they try to keep themselves alive in the competition. And Woodley, well, he was always a clear and present danger. Mensah, not so much, missing from close range. And Daniel picking the lock for Kevin Woodley, just back on the field. And nobody's stopping that. Just as Holder, he couldn't hold it. That was 2-0. Clever two T&T internationals. And he just hit a bang. Chevin Caesar had a chance. And, well, his touch letting him down. And that's how the cookie crumbled. 2-0, Cunupia over AC Port of Spain. We take a break and come back.
Well, of course, when you look at the stats of the first half, it tells a story. 6 shots each by Canupia and AC Port of Spain. 4 on target for Canupia FC, 1 for AC Port of Spain. Equal in the fouls department. Yellow cards 0, red cards 0, of course. Offsides 2 to Canupia FC. And corners, of course, 5-3, showing the offensive dominance that Canupia FC has shown so far. 1 save apiece for AC Port of Spain and Canupia FC.
So it's time to take a look back at some of the match week 4 highlights. And, well, exciting football played in this Ascension Tournament. Ascension Tournament highlights here in Horquetta. Police took on Real Westport, and this match promised to be a cracker. Westport in green against the grey of Police, and they would get some luck early on. The foul on Jem Gordon, and a penalty converted by Nanton Gabriel, and that put Police ahead in the 23rd minute of the match. Just a few minutes later, Nanton opening some doors. And when Freitas went down, it was another penalty just a few minutes later. Look who stepped up, Jabari Mitchell, in the 26th minute, and Police took a 2-0 lead. Was there any chances for Westport? Well, Cameron Purcell, he tried his luck. And from the corner, you get the right touch into the far corner. And 3-0 to Police in the 43rd minute. The centre-back enjoying that moment. More action. Opening up. Jabari Mitchell coming close, huffing and puffing. And on the other end, a chance. But then the big chance came, the deflected one of the post, and Jabari Mitchell said thank you as he gobbled up from close range. And that's how the cookie crumbled. Huffing and puffing. Chances saved. And, well, Concert having a good night as Police coming away 3-1 winners. Well, Terminex Rangers took on Central Soccer World, the first meeting of these teams in the competition. And the first chance, well, that really forced a big save from the goalkeeper. And then Kadeem Corbin would get the breakthrough in the 22nd minute, squeezing his shot past the goalkeeper. And that made it 1-0. Later on, Central Soccer World would get some fortune, and Camille Rivers, well, no fortune about that penalty. No one can get that, high into the top corner, and he made it 1-1. More chances opening up, crossbars hit, oohs and ahs. Saves. Before this happened, Atula Guerra laid on a platter for him, and the Trini Ronaldinho making it look easy, 2-1 in the 54th minute. And then when you give away balls like that to Isaiah Lee, he's going to hurt you. And that's exactly what he does, getting it past Suarez. And that made it 3-1. Suarez would be called into action time and time again, but he stood like a rock of Gibraltar. And then a giveaway. The goalkeeper, Centurion, the foul. And how about that for a save from Nicholas Dillon? But no stopping Camille Rivers. The fullback getting on the score sheet twice. 3-2, close contest. But then the man of the match, Daniel David, would get the redemption in the 80th minute, just 1 minute later. That made it 4-2. Cintelay was called into action later on. But yeah, frustration was the portion of Central Soccer World. But there's also action this weekend at the Police Barracks. Deportivo Point versus Central FC. And when the action commenced, Nathaniel Garcia, brother of Levi Garcia, opening the scoring. What a goal that was from him. And then later on, that's a foul, nasty. The referee said he's having none of that. And then from close range, Deportivo would get an equalizer, Luke Phillip. In fact, the second goal made it 2-0. More rough play. Big boy action at the Police Barracks as 2-0 was the final score. Maruga, winless, came up against Cunupia FC. Rodfin Harris in charge of this one. And well, forced the goalkeeper into some Spider-Man action. And then this man, they can't keep a good scorer down. Kevin Showtime Woodley getting on the score sheet in the 39th minute. Made it 1-0. Oh, that's sure to hurt. That as well. Maruga struggled, and when Showtime got the hand appeal, he got a penalty. And well, he doesn't miss, especially from that range. And he made it 2-0. More action. Gesticulations, and Cunupia FC getting the 2-0 win over Maruga FC. Arima also opened up with some action. Defense force against EC Port of Spain, and the Tetron boys on the score sheet early. National striker Rayon Moore getting on the mark in the 16th minute. He made it 1-0. And then more action. And more goals, maybe. Unselfish this time. And Jamil Bootswing, another T&T international. In the 21st minute, made it 2-0 to the defense force. And they would come knocking. There were some big misses. And it would come back to haunt them. A foul. And Che Benny, futsal star, hitting the mark from close range from the penalty. And he made it 2-1. The rains came, but no more goals, as 2-1 was the final bit of action in that match. Defense Force winning over AC Port of Spain. Well, lots of work to be done for AC Port of Spain, who find themselves trailing by 2-0 to that team on the field. Cunupia FC, 2 goals by Kevin Showtime Woodley. That has put them in a 2-0 advantage heading into the second half. Welcome back to our viewers around the Caribbean and Sportsmax. My name is James Saunders. Alongside me, former T&T international Brent Sancho. Lots to do in the second half.
Yeah, certainly a lot to do in the second half for AC Port of Spain. The difference really has been, James, that man Kevin Showtime Woodley. I'm very sure he's not going to swap colours and go for AC Port of Spain in the second half. But I think certainly for AC Port of Spain, the quality has to be a little bit better in the attacking third. We've seen flashes from Che Benny, and of course line-breaking runs by Punan Janon. A little bit of skill here and there by McPhee. But then the collective, James, hasn't been good enough from AC Port of Spain. I think that's what's missing really for them. The collective good, the collective quality has just not been good enough.
Certainly. Cunupia has played some beautiful football. And, well, they've got some beautiful goals as well. Lots to ponder for Port of Spain. How do they get themselves back in this match? Can they find a way?
Well, they've seen patches of the game where, particularly in the middle of the park, they were quite good. They've won the ball. They've been, of course, playing on the front foot. But again, I just think that they've let themselves down with some of the decision making, whether to shoot, whether to pass. And of course, that has been the difference really for AC Port of Spain and why they trail right now by 2-0.
Well, there's Kyle Ugaro, the former Northeast Stars youth player with the Ascension Angels. And well, the team's warming up. Don't forget, from 8 p.m. we've got Deportivo Point They're going to be coming up against the home team, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Cunupia FC with a 2-goal advantage. Should they go more of the same, or maybe, be a bit more conservative?
Well, of course, you would suggest that what they did in the first half may be enough to take them over the line. I think tactically, they would want to set up the same way. They started in a mid-block. They may even try to congest the middle of the park even a bit more as well. But overall, it hasn't been bad for Canupia. Certainly, at a spur of a moment, that man, Kevin Showtime Woodley, could come to action. But they've bent, James, but they haven't broken.
Well, there will be a change for Canupia FC. Delon Jagasa will come in for Aquilon Murphy. It's initially part of the initial starting lineup, but did start on the bench eventually. A late change, but he has come in. He will come in fact, as the teams finally make their way back onto the field. 45 minutes to play. 45 minutes that the fans hope will be scintillating football action here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. And there's your star man, the number 19, the captain for Cunupia FC. 8 goals in the competition, scored 2 so far in this match. Scored 2 in the previous match, and he got a hat-trick before that. Referee Jassy McDonald will lead his contingent out. For these guys, lots to ponder. A halftime team talk from the coach would still be resonating in their head.
Well, you just feel if they start throwing numbers forward, James, it is going to leave them a bit exposed at the back, especially with the kind of form that Woodley's in. And you must mention as well the passing range of Keon Daniel, of course, unlocking the doors for Woodley in the second goal. And Allen has been very industrious. So as much as AC Port of Spain needs a bit more moving forward, and also, of course, maybe need to throw some more numbers going forward, they have to be very, very cautious of leaving the back door unlocked.
Lots of work for him and his team. Well, the second half will present all of the magic that football games and the Ascension Tournament has provided. We certainly hope it's a cracker. Chassis McDonald, he seems ready. Decent game from the referee so far. And 45 minutes will present to us the winner of this match. And as it stands, Canupia FC, they're ahead in that race, 2-0. So it's an early throw for the capital team, AC Port of Spain. It's a corner. Che Benny has looked really good from set pieces. His job is to find one of those yellow shirts in the area. Oh, that's hoofed away. Not very far. As Port of Spain hold on to possession. And that's a bit of hope and prayer, according to Mavado. Just not hitting the mark this time. They'd need them to be on target if they are to overturn this deficit. Not this time, though, from the Port of Spain FC player, Nikel Stevens.
Look like a hybrid of a cross and a shot, if that's possible.
Oh, this one is well intercepted. Oh, that's one that will go in the direction of AC Port of Spain. So another change for AC Port of Spain. Shaquille Edwards is out and Isaiah McLean has come in. So both teams opting to make early second half changes. Here's Keon Daniel. Thomas, the captain. Oh, they've done well to evade the pressure as they try to push into space. Can't get past the defender. That's good defending from Kadeem Graham. And it's away with Sean Daniel. His fellow Tobagonian, Chevin Caesar.
It's a good, oh, wow.
Showtime was almost away. Well cut out. It's from the yard of space. Can he pick out a good cross? Not this time. Graham using all of his experience to get there ahead of the attacker. Oh, not a very good clearance from Graham. But Showtime trying to pull out the party tricks. The party pooper on that occasion. Does have a lot of tricks, Woodley. So we'll see some more as the game progresses. Yes, Spoon Angeron. Kareem Eastman. Just trying to stretch the field at the moment and to find gaps. And just got his reception signal cross there. As kept possession back to Cunupia. Well, they went in search of Woodley and was well cut out. Well, this could open up for Trevin Caesar. And, well, just hasn't been finding the end quality, the man from Lambo Tobago. Keon Daniel. And, well, tried to get the return pass to Caesar. Had his passing lane cut out, and he just gave away possession. Well, the game has lost a bit of its passing quality early in the second half. That man has already seen 2 goals fly past him. He's done well to get out of that pressure. And away they come. But Showtime intercepts.
And that's what you want to see from your lead goal scorer, from your captain, leading from up top. He's put in quite a shift defensively. He talked about, of course, scoring the second goal, and as you rightfully mentioned, James, he's on the floor riding in pain from throwing his body in front of a shot that was going on target for AC Port of Spain. If that's not leadership, I'm not sure what is.
He's taking good care of himself. 35 years old, Kevin Woodley. Yet still he has the energy of a teenager.
Must be the salt water in Tobago, James. I think I've found my retirement spot, Tobago.
El Dorado.
Fountain of Youth somewhere there.
Well, they just can't seem to get out of their own half at the moment, Port of Spain. At least without giving possession back to Cunupia. Caesar, key on Daniel, that's good strength from Daniel, and a good pass as well, could open doors.
Oh, I tell you what.
Well, the tackle seemed two-footed, but well, referee McDonald never bat an eye, and he looks as nonchalant as ever. It's a fair game, I suppose. Yes, Kevin Woodley. So far, he has been the star of the show. His 2 goals have Cunupia leading. There could be more opening up. Daniel. This time it's magic feet, not getting him past the defender. And a chase could be on the other end.
That's a foul.
So AC Port of Spain, well, they finally get into a dangerous position. Just might hear the sound of an airplane passing by. We're very close to the Piarco International Airport.
There it is again there, James. Look like an Airbus, a 747 type of challenge here. Certainly flying into his opponent.
Can this man, Che Benny, inspire his team to get on the score sheet?
Oh,
Well, he
that's
has.
in.
It found a hole just where it was needed. And you do need inspiration from your most senior players, and Che Benny certainly provided that, as AC Port of Spain have found their way back on the score sheet, just as the doctor ordered.
Well, wasn't one of his best efforts, but it was certainly seemingly, of course, assisted by, I would suggest, a combination of calamity. I'm not sure if he was missighted there, Graham, but or if a touch may have happened from a defender in front of him, but it certainly now brought this game back to life for AC Port of Spain.
Well, who said it's difficult for the camel to tread the eye of a needle? Didn't see that shot.
That's a good ball there across the face of the goal. And again, the pendulum is swinging here, James.
Yeah, certainly an exploratory ball. Unfortunately, couldn't find any contact that it needed, but it certainly probed and asked questions of the defense. Some might even ask questions of him, Kevin Graham, about that last goal. So after 10 minutes of second half action, AC Port of Spain are right back in it. Can they get more? Well, more tension might be needed here. Yeah, he's a big boy, he's back on his feet. Kadeem Graham certainly asking questions of the official. He seems to think that he was wronged somewhere in the process. Referee McDonald, of course, sharing a different opinion altogether. Well, more changes are being lined up. And the Canupia will hope to change things up. And Rolf Felix would make his way onto the field. And so too will Josiah Daniel, who will replace Chevin Caesar. So Kwesi Allen has come out and Rolf Felix has gone in. And Chevin Caesar has seen the end of his evening as Josiah Daniel comes in. So they've gone for more offensive options.
Looks like a like-for-like change, really, James. I think they may have felt they were giving up a lot of real estate to AC Port of Spain, who duly obliged and have brought themselves back into it, and certainly have their tails up. So I think that change really is possibly stymie the attacks that have been coming out from the AC Port of Spain.
Well, in search of some more insurance, easily cut out by Port of Spain. Well, that's a dangerous pass in a bad area, and he's a bit fortunate.
Very fortunate, James. I wondered what was the reason behind such a dangerous pass.
Did well to get his body in front of the encroaching attacker, or else we might have been talking about a different story altogether. Spoon anger on. Oh, that's clever. Che Benny, and well, had to be taken down. Did have open a large chunk of space in the middle of the park there. Well, it was from a set piece that they got themselves back in the contest. Can a set piece do it again? Here comes Che Benny.
That's a good ball.
And Graham had to be alert, and alert he was. It's a throw. Well, they're certainly asking questions now, AC Port of Spain. Can they find solutions? Looking to stretch the field. Oh, he's lost it in a bad area, and the break could be on now for Cunupia. Got bodies piling forward. Couldn't find the important one of the captain, Woodley. So we're just approaching the hour mark in this match. 2-1, Canupia FC lead AC Port of Spain. 30 minutes to go. And I dare say that we might not see the end of this match so far. Still a lot of football to be played. More opportunities perhaps will be carved out in this match.
Well, it's been interesting looking into this second half. We talked a little bit of what AC Port of Spain needs to do to get back into it. I think a lot of it is down to what Canupia FC hasn't been doing, and they've certainly dropped the intensity that we saw in the first half, and they've allowed AC Port of Spain, more importantly, a lot of real estate and a lot of time on the football, and it has really changed the course of this one so far.
Keon Daniel, the former T&T international, take the set piece while swung in, and he will have another opportunity from a corner. So it's round 2 for Daniel. He's a well-known set piece specialist, has scored quite a few free kicks and set pieces in his career. Can he pick out a black shirt? Too long for anybody this time. Oh, that's good defending. No room in the end to get a cross in.
If you look at the way Canupia FC is set up, they're still throwing a lot of numbers forward. despite the fact that they're up 2-1, thought they would have tried to solidify things a little bit more, maybe add an extra body or two in the middle of the park, but they've gone for an offensive, aggressive approach.
Well, they'll have to defend here. And, well, final touch, too long in the end. And Graham will be the sigh of relief. Perhaps they're still not comfortable looking for that insurance item, Canupia. Well, that's a substitute. He's coming, Josiah Daniel. Expectation is that he can find them that bit of insurance. Gets Bunganga on. Too long, maybe. Should be easy for Graham.
Wasn't a bad idea. I think the execution let him down just slightly. He's had a solid game in the middle of the park for AC Port of Spain. Punanjanon. Both him and Che Benny has combined quite well.
Well, he did make his national cap. Terry Phoenix, national football team. Well, a chance could open up here.
That's good skill. Excellent skill.
Well, almost cheekily snuck in at the first post. Older held on. Four appearances for the player in Trinidad and Tobago colours, Punangarana. He's back home now. Did have a spell in Argentina. Some would have hoped that he might have stayed there longer, but he's back here in Trinidad and Tobago looking to reset his football career. Still a very young guy. Just like that man, Che Benny. Well, Benny does come from some good footballing stock in Trinidad and Tobago. His cousin, Marvin Joseph, former national youth player, professional player. Also Lorne Joseph, family to him. While his uncle, famously known as Sheriff Lobo.
Yeah, Lobo of Belmont. Couple streets down from me.
Yeah, you grew up in Belmont, didn't you?
Yeah, right down the street. And of course, that man who's doing so well in India as well.
Marcus Joseph.
Marcus Joseph, part of the bloodline.
Did score yesterday, Marcus Joseph. I think 11 goals so far this season for Marcus Joseph playing in India.
Certainly a talented bloodline, as we can see Woodley there. It's just a dangerous high booth by Keon. Of course, Woodley milking every minute of it. Certainly going to try and will his team over the line. You do feel, however, James, that he's going to have a say somehow or somewhere.
He always does. Well, space has opened up here for Port of Spain. And, wow, it's unfortunate there. One just bobbled up. Here is Kevon Woodley. Well, he's gone past the one. And that's good defending. A toe taking it away from him. Very open look about this game at the moment. Oh, happy found some space here. Oh. Just the wrong decision, maybe. Allowed it to run across his body when perhaps he had taken it. Would have had some space to get up a shot.
It was a glorious pass there. Just needed McPhee to have a touch and probably place it into the back of the net. Instead, the ball trickled over his leg. That's a big chance there for AC Port of Spain. They went a begging.
When your chances are few, you've got to make the use of every opportunity. Not this time from McPhee and company. Well, we could be looking at some more changes. Lots of activity happening on the sidelines for EC Port of Spain. Maybe changes in the scoreline as Woodley tries to get rid of the attention around him. Not successful this time. Oh, this could fall nicely here. Good defending, sending the attacker out wide. Well, they're opening up some space now.
That's not the right choice.
Yeah, quality just lacking in the final product there from Cedale McLean. Oh, just as suggested, changes are afoot, and in comes Elijah Nunes, and out goes Kareem Eastman. So Kareem Eastman sees the end of his evening, and Nickel Stevens will say au revoir, and in comes Jabari Raphael. So 2 changes for AC Port of Spain.
Looks like a tactical move. James have gone to a 3-back system. Of course, meaning that they're now going with 2 up front.
Well, the substitute can't get involved early. Graham just running out of space. And it's back with Port of Spain. Momentum is shifting somewhat. But he can't whip them across the park, can he? That's a good pass from
Good touch.
Angeron, a good touch as well. Woodley. And didn't do enough to keep it in. Just a shift in momentum in the match so far. DC Port of Spain perhaps enjoying the better fluency of the teams at the moment.
Well, they're certainly given the space to do it. They've dropped very, very deep, Canupia FC. They've almost gone into putting up a black wall in front of the 18-yard box.
Oh, this is good. And he keep it in though. He has. Shea Benny. He's got the attention of Woodley, who is defending just at the edge of his area. Just to highlight the point made by Brent Sancho. How deep they're defending.
Like that. Yes. Sharp on the out, sharp on the out.
No, can they push forward now? Is Daniel. Can't get past the defender. Don't forget, our second match features Terminex La Horquetta Rangers against Deportivo PF. 20 minutes remaining in this one. Chance could open up here, and well, might have been seeing things. I'm not quite sure who he was aiming at. There's nobody inside the area.
Oh, that's late,
that's
and that's
heavy.
naughty.
Wow, he's been a good boy for Canupia. Well, in this instant, he goes to the naughty corner and gets still just reward, a yellow card from the referee.
Well, it was a very, very late challenge here. I tell you, he's lucky that it was not an extra color outside of the yellow. And you are a bit worried if you are a Canupia FC fan, if you're seeing Kevin Woodley making challenges in his own half. That's not where you want him. You want him high up the park. And again, I say, They're dropping very, very deep. Still a lot of time in this one, James, and if they are dropping that deep so early, it never turns out well, does it really? A bit of handbags there in the field, argy-bargy.
Oh, they'll be hoping it turns out well for Cedile McLean, who is still receiving treatment. And Atula Guerra, he'd be hoping to make a mark later on for Terminix Rangers. Oh, lots to see by both teams. And good sign that man McLean is back on his feet. Did take a while, took a rest after a heavy challenge.
Well, the referee is having a bit of a deep, I guess, search as to who the protagonist in the little flare-up that we saw a little while ago.
Yeah, Graham has been going at it all evening, and Isaiah McLean, perhaps related to the other McLean, saying, hey guys, gotta play fair. Yes, Benny.
Good ball.
Away by Woodley, who's found himself doing a lot of defending in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I'm certainly not a fan of how deep Canupia is dropping, James. I still think that there's a lot of time left in this one.
Oh, this is good. And, well, just too high to trouble Graham, but certainly ringing some alarm bells. And it's that man McPhee getting on the end of it. Well, Graham is saying he always had it covered. We approach the final 15 minutes of the match. Is there to be more drama? Maybe here. And Holder is quick. Daniel. Yes, Benny with key on Daniel. And, well, the referee is saying, your big boys, deal with it. Che Benny's not happy. Here, Daniel looks like, well, Nick says, as calm as he'd like. Just came off a reef tour. Well, the invention was nice, but the run was offside.
I think this is where the experience of the likes of Daniel and Woodley in particular, in terms of match management and assuring that AC Port of Spain doesn't catch any sparks that could turn into flames. This is where they have to be. This is where they have to be good, James. Ball retention, and that's not good enough. They've spent some time defending. They need to possess it a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, the ground is certainly filling up. And, well, the fans who've been here early have witnessed 3 goals. There's a sighting of Ross Russell to the left of your picture in the blue t-shirt, together with Curtis Gonzalez. Ross Russell, of course, the T&T former international goalkeeper and father of Ross Russell Jr., who plays with Terminix Horquetta Rangers. One of my heroes, I can tell you, growing up as a young goalkeeper. And, well, they've been entertained, haven't they?
Oh, the cross-section of food and beverage, good entertainment. And, of course, there's this beautiful thing on the green pitch called football. Can't go wrong here in La Horquetta. Good value for money. Place to be on a Friday night.
hustled, but he kept possession well. McPhee gets a head on it.
That was late, James.
Yeah, and we have seen some rough challenges, and some might say that AC Port of Spain might have come out worse than the end of many of them. It is smaller in terms of size of the players. Certainly felt the brunt of some of Cunupia's adrenaline.
Yeah, I like that. Time it.
Now he's a big boy.
Yeah, it's always 4. Come on, guys. Come on. They got a little ball. They see they got enough.
Well, here's the captain, CEEN Thomas. And they have won a corner. But I just feel that Shea Benny gets closer and closer with every kick that he takes. Russ Russell, former T&T international goalkeeper. Curtis Gonzalez in the red. And this stays alive for Port of Spain. Can they get a shot? And wow, Showtime just happened to be in the way of that one.
There are some appeals to handball as well, James.
They're living dangerously. And they're coming closer. They're creating the danger.
Well, we know what happened the last time he blocked a shot. He went up on the other end and scored. Good control there. And then a blast there. Seems like it came off the hand. Can Likeness strike twice?
Well, here we go. Woodley sending Kian Daniel on a run. He's got options. Can he pick it out? Oh, just cut out. That's good defending. Maybe some might feel the pass could have come a bit earlier. He's not happy. Perhaps felt that he was left all alone with 3 Canupia players. It's a corner, which Kian Daniel will take his time to put in position. Has been around Kian Daniel, played with the Philadelphia Union in the MLS, Puerto Rico Islanders in the USL, as well as having a stint in Poland. 57 caps for the senior national team.
It's a good ball.
Oh, found Woodley. This time not hitting the mark, and this time it's somehow kept out. And well, Holder just knows it came to him eventually, but knew nothing about it earlier. Could there be more chances for Cunupia? Oh, he's found some space for himself. A good service needed.
He's got to deliver. He's got to deliver there, James. He's created enough space to get the ball into the box. I'm not sure what that extra chop was. Here it is again, the corner kick. Woodley originally, a bit of ping pong in the middle of the box. Chagasa with the shot. That could have easily ended up in the back of the net. They've really struggled tonight, AC Port of Spain, with corners and set plays coming into the box.
They certainly have. 14-8. To have a bit of traffic in between the goalkeeper and that shot. Well, it's opened up here. Is that a handball? No. Here's Daniel. Can he get some space? Oh, that's good defending from Nunez. Substitute to substitute. He is kept alive though. Deflected off his own player.
Oh, that's late. That is late.
And it's from behind as well. So more greeting cards will be handed out of the yellow variety. Here you go. Thank you for coming.
It's a very late tackle from behind there. I've always said to my forwards, leave the tackling to defenders. And Woodley, of course, have shown that. As well as that man there, Daniel.
2 attackers.
2 attackers, 2 yellow cards, 2 bad challenges.
Yes, Kian Daniel in search of some insurance for Cunupia FC.
That's
has one
experience
through.
playing.
Yeah, running the clock down. Well, he looks a bit winded. Pungangaran, he's been a hard-working servant for Port of Spain.
Yeah, he's certainly putting a shift. Both sides of the coin. Offensively and defensively.
Well, Daniel is certainly going to take his time here. Well, the race is on to the other end, and
That's a good tackle.
very good defending. He's been good all evening. Oh, that's
Good
clever.
skill.
Shot opening up, and well, he just tossed his body on the line. Still open.
That's
Oh,
different
that's a hat
class.
trick.
That is different class.
Wow. I tell you, you don't learn those things in school, but it is certainly class of the highest variety. And Kevin Showtime Woodley, like he did 2 weeks earlier, he's gotten another hat trick, and it has hurt AC Port of Spain. 3-1.
Well, you talk about making a statement when it matters, and that man there pushing up 3 fingers to account for the 3 goals that he's had here tonight. That is just a different level. Great composure and an excellent finish there. And of course,
well, he certainly has gotten our Sportsmax app moment. Kevin Woodley, the second. Good shot opening up, good awareness from Woodley, and look at that. Good technique at the end of it all. He's got the gun fingers up, but it's his boot that did the talking tonight. 3 goals. That one, number 3.
I think that's the pick of the 3 for me, James. I don't think our viewers understand the difficulty that comes with that type of skill. Glides it into the net. I know I've mentioned passingly about his possible national team selection, but I am going to make a firm statement and believe that he should be part of it. That was an absolute peach of a goal. 35-0. Age is nothing but a number, James.
Well, that statement has been proven fact by Woodley. Oh, yeah, oh, it's the skill, the party tricks. Kevin Woodley. He's turning them up now.
Is it too late to change our Sportsmax app moment? That was a thing of beauty there.
Wow, Nuna showed some skill of his own. Not to be upended. Well, Port of Spain seem to think they're still alive, and well, this time their party was ended early. Kudos to them for not giving up. Certainly seem to have the stuffing knocked out of them after the 3rd goal from Woodley. Prior to that, they seemed very much in the match.
He's an entertainer, isn't he? Kevin Showtime Woodley. That's what people pay big bucks to come and see.
Well, I do remember he played in the inaugural beach soccer, domestic beach soccer competition, and international beach soccer competition. You were captain of that team, Brent Sancho.
Yes. We were very fortunate to have Woodley in our team. The main reason why we won the tournament. Of course, we had James as well as part of the team.
Yeah,
I think we were just viewers in the Woodley show.
Yeah,
In the
certainly.
beach soccer, as we see, take another look there. Daniel kicking very late through on his man there. But at 35 years young and still showing the type of goal-scoring prowess that he is, you really have to take the hat off to the man. And of course, in the same time, putting in a show, tricks, flicks, and all that comes with it.
Well, that rabbit was wrong when he said tricks are for kids. He's got lots of them.
What he has been is decisive, and that's where you have to give the man credit. He has won football games for his team. tonight the difference in the two teams is that man, Kevon Showtime Woodley. He's been the difference. Not just the fact that he scored those 3 goals, but the fact that he's been able to do it. The goals are of the highest measure, and you really have to give him all the plaudits.
No arguments there. A man from Tobago. Tobago certainly has produced a plethora of top talent that has represented the national team. We saw Trevin Caesar earlier on, Keon Daniel, also coming from the sister isle. And of course, the most famous export, Dwight Eversley York, man from Bon Accord. Well, there's a chance to perhaps get some more. Yes, Keon Daniel just called his name. Couldn't find Woodley that time. Think of Tobago, you also think of the current national captain, Karen Forbes, and goalkeeper Kamika Forbes in the women's team.
Of course, Sid Gray out of Roxborough.
Yeah, World Cup player. And he fashioned something here. Yes, Jay Benny.
Oh, I tell you.
It's gone to ground, and well, he's furious that no whistle came. Thought he did enough there, Jay Benny. Not enough on that chance. I tell you, growing popularity. I think it was at the CONCACAF futsal tournament where he scored a goal from the opposite end of the field, Jay Benny.
He's shown some touches here tonight. Certainly been the pick of the litter as it comes to AZ Port of Spain. Eventually threads through here. Is there a tug? Ever so slight, James. Ever so slight. I think our referee, Jassy, may have gotten that one correct. Seems like he was always going down.
Into the final minute of regulation time. Did well there, Woodley. Kept it alive. Finding Daniel. Daniel to Daniel.
Oh, wrong decision. He could have gone the other way.
Woodley, this time,
ball.
tried to be a service provider. But I just feel as if the writing is on the wall for AC Port of Spain. Yet to get 3 points in this competition.
Well, they've scored at the right time, haven't they? In the first half, when AC Port of Spain was certainly showing signs of getting back into the game. Of course, they scored. And then in the second half again, James, when AC Port of Spain seemed to be getting into things, looking like they can get an equalizer, that man, Kevon Showtime Woodley, showed up again. It's hard to dispute that he is our man of the match. Might even go into a debate. You normally have a better eye than I do.
Yeah, no debates there. Well, they'll make a change because they've got 5 additional minutes. Malik Myers comes out and Charles comes in. Saeed Charles. It's got less than 5 minutes to be a hometown hero, if you were. It's going to be a tough ask, though. Benny. That one is cut out. Here's Woodley. Clever touch from Woodley. Oh, that's clever. It's from Daniel. Space opening up now, and this time the official's flag signals offside. Can they still make something happen? Yellow shirts certainly haven't lost that belief. Can they find the quality? Maybe here. Oh,
it's good skill.
That's good. Well cut out. Maybe this time. And well, it was certainly worth the effort. The execution, however, not as good as the initial thought in his mind.
And that's really been the difference tonight, hasn't it? The execution on the other end, the Canupia end, has been better. And that's why they're 3-1 up. And it's really down to that man.
Yes, G. Benny. Boys almost picked the lock and just floated over the head of the player on the far side, Jabari Raphael. Just summed up the evening for the capital team.
Yeah, and I think when Coach Walt Noriega looks back at this one, his team collectively just didn't have the quality at the end, and I think that's the difference. They've found themselves in good situations, they've played themselves into some good situations, but they just didn't have that end product that would have seen them over the line.
A young club, Walt Noriega taking over the head coach role. Of course, Gilbert Bato, father of national captain Sheldon Bato, also part of the technical staff. And you might notice that one face missing, Keith Jeffries, of course, who has moved on to coach Turks and Caicos. He's been recently named as the head coach of the Turks and Caicos national team. So they've got some quality in the dugout, and it's a young group of players. Keith Jeffries missing from this match. He's been part of the Cunupia dugout so far in this tournament, but he's moved on to greener pastures. Into the final minute of time added on, and Keon Daniel could be away. Is he legal? Wow, this should be easy for the substitute Josiah Daniel. And well, you got many examples earlier from Kevin Showtime Woodley. And the student, well, he gets a high five from the master as he puts the game out of reach. 4-1 to Canupia.
Yeah, this was just the icing on the cake. How unselfish is that by the veteran Keon Daniel? Of course, giving it to his namesake, Josiah Daniel. Maybe a family affair, doesn't matter anyway. 4-1 to Canupia FC, and you would have to suggest, James, that's all she wrote.
Yep, can't see her, but I'm sure a fat lady is singing somewhere. Or maybe it isn't over. Maybe there could be more drama. Kunangaron. Here's the singing of the referee's whistle to signal the end of what has been an entertaining match. A high-tempered one, but certainly not lacking in entertainment. 5 goals scored in front of the fans in La Horquetta. Unfortunately for the team in yellow, that man was responsible for 3 of them. Kevin Showtime Woodley getting a hat-trick, taking his tournament tally to 9 after 5 matches, certainly making a claim for national selection. But at the end of an entertaining evening, it is Cunupia FC who walk away 4-1 winners over AC Port of Spain. Very soon we will have the match highlights, and we will hear from the coaches and our star player or man of the match. Don't forget, coming up at 8 o'clock, we've got Terminex Rangers against Deportivo. Che Benny did come early, first chance. And then Cunupia FC, they huffed and puffed. Woodley picking up on the mistake from Holder, but Kevin Caesar couldn't capitalize. They would show better quality later on. Keon Daniel, this one into the area. And coming very close hold, that had to be good. So to the upright. And from the opposite end, this is where the goal developed. Kept alive. And who's there? Showtime Woodley. And that was the first of his 3 on the evening. On the opposite end, Che Benny tried to make some magic happen on his own. Not to be on that occasion. And on the opposite end, McPhee. He knocked. No one would let him in as that one flew wide. Still 1-0. When Showtime got involved, and Mensah had an opportunity to be a goal scorer. Central defender, Ghanaian, not hitting the mark. And then Daniel. Clever ball into Woodley. You don't expect him to miss from there. Oh, so sweet, the joy of that ball hitting the net. But how was that pass from Daniel? Influential in this match. And this is the influencer himself, Woodley. 2-1. Trevin says I had a chance to get on the score sheet around the goalkeeper, but not around the defender. Half-time it remained 2-1 until Che Benny did that. Parted the Black Sea, found the way past Graham, and he put them back in the match, making it 2-1. Was here to be more from the former St. Anthony's man. Punangaran, a national talent, couldn't get away past Graham. And some pinball, and Graham in the end, or Holder in the end, just happy that it ends up in his hand. And then the moments of pure quality, or Sportsmax app moment, Showtime Woodley. Certainly pulling out the party tricks with quality. Quality strike from him, getting his hat trick. Good awareness. And, well, just downright good technique from Woodley. That's number 3 for him, 3-1. And then Murder, she wrote, Keon Daniel, setting it on a plate for his namesake, Josiah Daniel. As easy as you'd like. The easiest goal you're ever going to get. And he made it 4-1. And an uncomfortable evening came to an end for AC Port of Spain, losing 4-1 to Cunupia FC. Brent Sancho is standing by with that man who scored 3 goals, Kevin Woodley.
Well, I'm joined here by the MVP of today's game, Kevin Showtime Woodley. Kevin, another hat-trick. A hat-trick last week, a hat-trick this week. 35 years of young. How do you feel?
Yeah, well, you know, 35 years old, out in Europe, you know, 35 years old. Daniel Alves, also Cristiano Ronaldo score goals. So the age don't matter, but
certainly age doesn't matter. 3 goals. And then how important is tonight's victory for your team? And of course your chances of catching leaders. Now you've leapfrogged, of course, Tim and Exeter Horquetta Rangers. How good the result tonight is for your chances of winning the title?
Yeah, well, tonight the leading team also playing tonight. So we play the first game. So the first game we put a little pressure on the team. So we go on top of them. So it's a plus to win. It's up to them now to get a 3 points now. We did the work already.
Well, of course, I handed over the trophy for you for MVP, man of the match.
Yeah, man,
and as well, Kevin Woodley is our Campari player of the week. $500 to the good. Kevin Woodley, of course, tremendous, of course, performance today. And congratulations, Kevin Woodley, on your performance. Of course, I'm now joined by AC Port of Spain head coach Bato. Of course, Coach Bato, disappointing result?
Somewhat. Credit to the Canupia team, they played well. I think everybody know that goals win matches, and I think we gave away a few chances at the goal and then some unforced errors.
Well, the score went to 2-1. You felt that AC Port of Spain was in the ascendancy. And of course, that man, Kevin Showtime Woodley, showed up and put the game out of reach. Where do you think things went wrong for your team in the second half?
I think in the second half, we didn't stick to the game plan. We didn't have a bad first half. And we were supposed to build on that. going into the second half, but it didn't happen. And that is how we should put it. That's sports on the whole.
Well, of course, unfortunate result tonight, but best of luck in the rest of the tournament and for you and your chances.
Thank you very much.
Pass it back over to James.
Who got our Campari man of the match, $500. And, well, wonder what he'll be spending that tonight. Maybe celebrating somewhere. And the end of the tournament, if he can keep up that form, he might just be the Campari man of the tournament who will walk away with $5,000. So we thank our Campari for giving it up to them. So coming up, we've got Terminex Larkita Rangers. They're going to be coming up against Deportivo PF. We take a pause, and when we come back, more football action. 4-0, Cunupia, 4-1, Cunupia FC over AC Port of Spain.
Well, we are joined now by Coach Selvon Francis of Deportivo PF. Of course, an important fixture here tonight against the top team in the tournament so far. Well, in terms of results, how do you see this one panning out?
Well, right now, we are quite comfortable with the squad we have assembled. So we're telling myself we could give a good showing tonight and possibly bring it home.
Well, of course, some household names within your squad, a lot of national team experience. How do you see this one in terms of the integration of these players and how important of some of these well-known players for tonight's fixture?
Yeah, well, over the past few weeks, we've been coming together. I think we're starting to gel properly now. We finally rhythm last week, pull off a victory. And I think if any team that could stop this team tonight is this team we have assembled here tonight.
Well, of course, Selvon Francis, your chance to have a big game here tonight against Terminex Larkita Rangers. All the best to you and all the best to your charges.
Thanks to you.
Thanks very much. That's Coach Selvon Francis, of course, of Deportivo PF. And we are soon to be joined, of course, by the head man at Terminex Larkita Rangers, the man responsible for this terrific atmosphere here at Larkita. I'm joined now by Managing Director, Mr. Richard Ferguson of Terminex Larkita Rangers. Of course, your team undefeated so far, playing terrific football. How do you see tonight's game panning out?
Well, first of all, in our opinion, the team isn't playing terrific football. In fact, I think out of the 4 games we played 1 good one, 2 were quite ordinary, and 1 was atrocious. So that's our opinion on how we are going. But I think we are yet to play to our full potential. But you know, hopefully the team will click at some point and they'll be able to sustain it in the future.
Well, of course, coming up a very organized Deportivo team who seem to be getting into their strides, a difficult opposition. What do you think are some of the strengths that you bring into this one against Deportivo?
Well, we like to play, you know, behind the ball. We like to play a strong defense and hit on the counter-attack, as you would know. I believe you have been commentating on that strategy so far.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's how we hope the game will pan out. And we're looking for speed on the wings and some good finishing up front.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Richard Ferguson. And, of course, all the best to you and your charges.
Yeah, well, let me just say, though, that Sportsmax is doing a great job. And let me say you and James are excellent commentators. And we all wish you well in the future.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Over to you, James.
The lush green grass at the Horquetta Recreation Ground welcomes our viewers from TV6 and Sportsmax. Ascension Tournament Match Week 5 action. Terminix Horquetta Rangers coming up against Deportivo Point team in first place coming up against the team that has, well, they've pretty much struggled in this competition, hoping to get some sort of purchase this evening. And, well, it's not a full house just yet, but we expect those conditions to change later on. James Saunders is my name, and I'm joined by Brent Sancho, who will give his thoughts on the match, and then we come up with some of the lineups and hear from the coaches.
Well, of course, James, this is an encounter I think many have been looking forward to. And, of course, we had a word with the coaches right before this one.
Selvon Francis of Deportivo Point spoke first.
Well, we are joined now by Coach Selvon Francis of Deportivo Point. Of course, an important fixture here tonight against the top team in the tournament so far. Well, in terms of results, how do you see this one panning out?
Well, right now, we are quite comfortable with the squad we have assembled. So we're telling ourselves we could give a good showing tonight and possibly bring it home.
Well, of course, some household names within your squad, a lot of national team experience. How do you see this one in terms of the integration of these players and how important of some of these well-known players for tonight's fixture?
Yeah, well, over the past few weeks, we've been coming together. I think we're starting to gel properly now. We finally rhythm last week, pull off a victory. And I think if any team that could stop this team tonight is this team we have assembled here tonight.
Well, of course, Selvon Francis, your chance to have a big game here tonight against Terminix Horquetta Rangers. All the best to you and all the best to your charges.
Thanks to you.
Thanks very much. That's Coach Selvon Francis, of course, of Deportivo Point and we are soon to be joined, of course, by the head man at Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, the man responsible for this terrific atmosphere here at La Horquetta. I'm joined now by Managing Director, Mr. Richard Ferguson of Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Of course, your team undefeated so far, playing terrific football. How do you see tonight's game panning out?
Well, first of all, in our opinion, the team isn't playing terrific football. In fact, I think out of the 4 games we played 1 good one, 2 were quite ordinary, and 1 was atrocious. So that's our opinion on how we are going. But I think we are yet to play to our full potential. But, you know, hopefully the team will click at some point and they'll be able to sustain it in the future.
Well, of course, coming up a very organized Deportivo team who seem to be getting into their strides, a difficult opposition. What do you think are some of the strengths that you bring into this one against Deportivo?
Well, we like to play, you know, behind the ball. We like to play a strong defense and hit on the counter-attack, as you would know. I believe you have been commentating on that strategy so far.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's how we hope the game will pan out. And we're looking for speed on the wings and some good finishing up front.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Richard Ferguson. And, of course, all the best to you and your charges.
Yeah, well, let me just say, though, that Sportsmax is doing a great job. And let me say you and James are excellent commentators. And we all wish you well in the future.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Over to you, James.
Well, I'd love to play atrocious football and be on top of the table with 10 points. As we take a look at the lineups coming into this match, and Deportivo Point Fortin, lots of household names. Marvin Phillips, the international goalkeeper for Trinidad and Tobago. He gets the number 1 with Andre Etienne. Isaiah Garcia is in there. Justin Cornwall, who's been good in this tournament, slots in. Andre Pacheco, Isaiah Hudson, Luke Phillip, and Shaquille Henry and Jordan Riley, the 2 secondary school stars, making their place in the lineup. Selvon Francis, of course, is the coach of this match as we see Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Just one real change, Kadean Lewis coming into this lineup. Much of the same. Perhaps some changes in defensive position, and Daniel David, the man of the match in the last game, he comes in as well to join Kadeem Corbin and company, while Keishon Sicharan gets a play, and Dave Kwamina is the head coach of this team. So we're raring, we're ready for action. Terminex La Horquetta Rangers in the all red, and they're coming up against the team from the southwestern peninsula of Trinidad and Tobago, Deportivo Point Fortin, in what should be an exciting match.
Yeah, we talked about the contrasting styles. We talked about the way, of course, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers like to set themselves up, playing that counter-attacking style football, which has brought a lot of dividends for them. Of course, we heard that man, the leading man here, Managing Director Richard Ferguson, talk about they playing atrociously. And it's a man, of course, with high standards. His team has certainly blown away the competition, albeit that one game against Defence Force, the first game, they've won every single game. I think tonight would be a big test for them, though, James.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be marrying his daughter, hold me to such a high standard. But he certainly is a man who has put on an exceptional tournament of a very high standard. Oh, Sturge with the happy feet. Easy gets past his man. So no Leslie Russell in the defensive line for Rangers this evening. He has been left out. And Kidane comes in this time around. Well, the volume has certainly gone to another level. Usually a sign that the home team out and on the prowl. Well, I'd love to see the matchup between Real Gill and Cornwall in this match. Cornwall has been one of the standout performers, defenders in this tournament for me. So too Real Gill, one of the standout wingers in this match. That man, Kadeem Corbin, has been one of the outstanding scorers himself. What a match. Yummy. So just being allowed to build up out of the back is Cornwall. It's well cut out. As Gill has done well. Now, I did say not many major changes in the .14 team. However, one glaring change is the absence of Wesley John, the central defender. He's not in the squad list tonight. Not quite sure if he's injured, but he is missing. Does bring a ton load of experience. Mark Ramdeen also forced to sit on the bench this evening. He has been one of their top performers. Oh, run into traffic in the middle there, Pacheco. Bit of a handball. Referee allows it to continue. Well, here's trouble, Kicho and Ciceran, and the first goal of the match, but it is called back. Well, the warning signs are there. They're flashing in bright red lights. Wearing red t-shirts, Kadeem Corbin already showing them what he can do. Marvin Phillip, he's fortunate.
Yeah, he's very fortunate, and a lot of it is down to losing the football in particular areas. There, of course, Corbin just strained a tad offside, but I think Deportivo has to be very careful. They're trying to build the ball up through the middle, and if they're reckless with their passing or their possession, we know how quickly, of course, Rangers can transition from defense to offense. It's one of their strong points.
Well, Morris sent his man flying over the advertising board. He's been solid. He's a big boy. It's not easy to run past Javon Morris. Easy for Marvin Phillip this time. Oh, what an atmosphere we have here in La Horquetta. Team from East Trinidad against the team from South. Well, no room, but they still managed to keep it. It's done well. Well, this is in search of Nathaniel Garcia, who does well, but can he keep it in? Unsuccessful this time. Certainly a big addition to the .14 team.
Yeah, certainly a big addition. He's one of those midfielders, plays in an 8, was very capable of breaking lines and getting advance of his front runners. And I'm sure that's what he's going to be asked to do today.
Trying to carve open some space. .14, not this time.
That's good football.
Oh, that's clever.
That's clever.
He's done well. And too long for Gill in the end. But Daniel David, man of the match from last round. So he has the moves like Jagger. Here's Andre Etienne. He's got a big task ahead of him, containing Rangers, who've scored in excess of 17 goals in the competition so far in their previous 4 meetings. Timothy Derry in charge of this one. So it is a free kick. Andrew Pacheco trying to test Jabari St-Hilaire. Here comes Pacheco, and oh, it's not independence, but got some oohs and ahs from the crowd. He's getting on in age, Andrew Pacheco, former Arima fireman, so part of the victorious Princess Song Senior Comprehensive team that won in 2001. Of course, I'm speaking about the SSFL title. That man was also part of that team, Marvin Phillip. Also included the likes of Lindsay Sherwood, Lyndon Luke, Clyde Leon, now deceased. A host of players that went on to senior international level. You also think about Noriega, played with the national senior team. He was part of that team as well. Ball broken up by Etienne. Oh, he's done well to create some space. Can he keep it? But he's done well, Hudson. Ran out of real estate eventually. High pressure from Point 14 to keep it.
He can shoot from here.
Well, he does relish the opportunity. Just couldn't nail it. But it's a second shot that we've gotten from Point 14.
There is certainly some quality within this Deportivo side. I know we've mentioned some of the household names as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago football. Of course, Philip and Etienne at the back, but when you look at them from an offensive perspective, James, Shaquille Henry, Riley, Garcia, I think certainly that man Luke Phillip as well.
Hudson as well.
Hudson. Some good quality in there. Certainly match winners on their day.
Well, here's one of them, Jordan Riley, from a secondary school youth star. Really trying to make the transition to senior football. It's been one of the standout performers in the secondary schools football league here in Trinidad and Tobago. If you can translate some of that talent that we saw at the secondary school level, certainly will be a very good prospect for Trinidad and Tobago.
I think when you make that transition, James, it really comes down to consistency at the professional level. That's what is expected of you. Game in, game out, consistent performer, productive performer as well. Has to have an end result to the graph that he may put in. Certainly has the attributes. It's just application, really, isn't it?
Well, here's Ross Russell Jr. trying to apply a good service to Real Gill. Can't control. Oh, he's under pressure here, but he manages to escape.
It's very lucky.
Ronell Paul coming in for Wesley John. Ross Russell Jr. is a fullback, but he often in forward positions. Chance opening up here, and easy for Marvin Phillip in the end. Daniel David trying his luck. Phillip, of course. Whoa. Well, that's a rough challenge coming from Shaquille Henry.
Unnecessary as well.
And Jabari St-Hilaire. They really have rotated their squad. The goalkeepers as well. The Horquetta Rangers. St-Hilaire coming in, of course, for Jabari Bryce, who played in the opening few matches, and well, he shows that he's quite competent and brave as well. Not afraid of Henry.
I've been taught from a very, very early age that when a goalkeeper comes out with his knees up, you vacate the premises. I'm not sure if Shaquille Henry read that memo.
Well, you burn to learn. If you can't hear, you'd feel. Some of the local parlance that's used to describe things like that. What a bench. Jabari Bryce, Atula Guerra, top youth talent. There's another one, Kadeem Corbin. And of course, Andrew Pacheco. Leslie Russell also on the bench. I'd love to have a bench like that. Chance could open up here. The pass is a wayward one. And Isaiah Garcia would want that back. Well, here's Pacheco. Luke Phillip, isolated. Does have some support from Cornwall. Ronell Paul. Andre Etienne. They've got the overlap from Cornwall, but they couldn't pick him out.
Deportivo has certainly improved as this tournament has progressed, James, as we see Coach Francis in the picture, but you have to wonder how important this game is here for them. As much as we're talking about the improvement, I think if they are to have a serious challenge of winning this tournament, they virtually have to win tonight. This is a must-win game for Deportivo.
Isaiah Lee. Etienne. Oh, that's good from Daniel, but it's lost out to Garcia. Well, he's cut his customary cornrows. He looks a different man almost, Nathaniel Garcia, the elder of the Garcia brothers. Of course, brother of AK Athens star Levi Garcia, and also Judah Garcia, who also plays with IK as well. A lot of pedigree coming from the Santa Flora region of South Trinidad. Garcia brothers. Pacheco, oh, he's lost his footing.
Oh, he's lucky.
And he's fall.
He's a lucky boy. I thought he slipped there, James.
I thought so as well. Maybe my eyes saw a different picture.
So we see him here. Tries to Cruyff the ball out. Yeah, a little bit of a tuck by Corbin. Seen those called before.
But he tries to get Keyshawn Cicheran going. Well, we first saw Keyshawn Cicheran in the lineup after returning from injury last weekend. He was the architect of the fourth goal for the Horquetta Rangers, which was scored by Daniel. He played on the right. So left-footed, this time being used on the left-hand side of the attack for Rangers. Former national youth player, Cicheran. Here's Daniel to Real Gill. 18-year-old goes down under the pressure of Cornwall. Well, I tell you, he's been one of my performers of the tournament so far, Cornwall.
Sturdy, very solid.
He's the son of a former Star Wars striker, Kester Cornwall, who's also the assistant coach.
He's been very, very difficult to beat on 1v1 situations and been just very sturdy overall. In a team where, of course, they have a lot of solid defenders. We talked about Wesley John, who's not here this afternoon. So also Andre Etienne back there.
Well, the irony is he comes from a family of attackers. Kester Cornwall was very prolific in his SSFL career, playing with St. Benedict's College. And his uncle Jesus Cornwall as well, an attacker. How did he end up a defender?
Certainly didn't read the memo. Certainly didn't take kind to the family tree. Decided to do his own thing. As you see, a foul there by Shaquille Henry. He's going to have to be patient, James Shaquille Henry. He's playing up front all alone. They're asking him to cover a lot of real estate in his job spec here tonight. He's going to spend a lot of time chasing and running lost causes. And he may find that odd one or two opportunities, and that's where he has to be to his optimum best, Shaquille Henry.
Oh, that's battle that Nathaniel Garcia was not shy to get involved in. Well broken up. Point 14 go forward. Henry just couldn't control. Etienne. Well, does what he wants, and this time he's fouled.
Wow.
Or was he the one doing the fouling? Well, this is a dangerous looking situation, but you've got a calm pair of gloves from Marvin Phillips to disrupt that. Oh, that's a good control.
This is where they want Shaquille Henry, in those areas, pulling Big Jevon Morris out of it.
Yeah, Luke Phillip. His final ball. Well, it didn't match the build-up in any way. So we're almost approaching 20 minutes in this match, still goalless. Goal by Kadeem Corbin in the 4th minute, ruled out. Well, Jordan Riley is on his bike and he's gone. He's taking Sturge for a run here. He's blown past him.
Oh,
I tell you, there's something here.
I tell you what.
Wow. He certainly created the anticipation. Not the expected outcome he was hoping for, the former presentation college man.
And once he got into full throttle here, Sturge was always in some trouble. It's a tough one, James. Tough one to call. But that's what they want, Deportivo, to see Riley in full throttle.
Well, he was part of the 2018 Trinidad and Tobago Youth Under-20 team, Riley. Batman Corbin, well, he was a star performer during his time at Under-20 level. Was part of the Caribbean Cup winning team in 2002.
This is not a good sign. This is not a good sign at all.
He's pointing at his groin, Marvin Phillip. And won't want to lose him. Ton load of experience, 82 caps with the national team. Marvin Phillip, and didn't seem to go down under any particular challenge.
Well, he did extend himself for the ball that was whizzed across the box. And maybe he just, from a starting position into where he eventually ended up, may have overextended himself. If it's a groin situation, it is a worrying one, because certainly the goalkeepers, in terms of their movement, explosive movements, may I add, groin is a big part of it, and he seems heavily strapped already.
Might be the inner thigh as well.
Can only hope that he's okay. He's a big part of why this fixture is going to be a good one.
Well, he was the starting goalkeeper for Trinidad and Tobago at the Under-17 World Cup back in 2001. Remember that? Trinidad and Tobago in a group with the likes of Brazil. Marvin Phillips being a big part of that team. He seems to be all right, Phillip, and John Riley seems happy that his captain and goalkeeper is back on his feet. This is a long throw, headed away by Phillip. Well, he's done well, hasn't he? But Phillip has done better, but they've won it back. It's Daniel. Oh, that's looked good for a second. Angie Pacheco using all of his experience here to hold off Real Gil.
And size.
He's lost it though, Hudson. Back with Gil, they're like ants swarming around, a piece of candy. The Larkota Rangers players, and a chance could open for Sicharan. Oh, that's good defending.
That's top-notch defending. Top-notch defending there. That's exactly what you want to see from your defenders. Isaiah Garcia getting his body across his man, not allowing him, and of course, more importantly, putting his body between him, the man and the ball. Textbook defending.
Hudson. Cornwall. Ronell Paul. Garcia. It's been an interesting game so far. Both sides showing that they've got the pace to compete. Evenly matched so far.
Something we haven't been able to say in a Terminex Horquetta Ranger fixture. I think they knew when they saw the team list for Deportivo that they'd be in for a game here tonight.
Oh, that's well broken up by Pacheco. Oh, it's lost it. And Hudson, or Lee could break here, Isaiah Lee. He's been their leading goal scorer. On the opposite end, Isaiah Hudson gets involved. Can he find Riley? Not this time.
Game getting a little bit stretched now, James.
It does. Could spell goals, maybe. Too long for Gill in the end from Russ Russell Jr. 18-year-old, not able to get at the end of it. Well, he's had a good tournament so far, Russ Russell Jr. Talk about not following in his father's footsteps. His father, of course, international goalkeeper for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, he's an attacking fullback.
If you want to call that the complete other end of the spectrum.
Cornwall to Garcia. Not given any time or room. But it's one back by Paul. It's going to make Marvin Phillips show up some footwork.
How's your groin?
Well, I tell you, if anybody is comfortable with his feet, it's Marvin Phillips. Although he does have a potential groin situation at the moment. Did start his career as a striker.
Well, it was just tested there by that ball, by Paul.
So that's clever from Shaquille Henry. And Etienne to clean up. Oh, that's good from Riley. As he found space again, he's taken Sturge for a run. And, well, this time running out of real estate, but Sturge has a handful.
I tell you what, James, Sturge did very, very well there, because after Riley made that turn, his eyes probably lit up, and out of nowhere, a young man in the picture there came to the rescue. Nice turn here by Riley. Look at Sturge. Could have dove in there, stayed on his feet, and eventually challenged his man a corner for his troubles, but I think it could have been a lot worse.
Certainly could have been. Hasn't gotten the ball much, Riley, but when he has, well, he's made them take notice. And that one is played from danger. Exciting match so far. Still goalless.
Game really on a knife's edge so far, James. Both teams really don't want to be the one making that mistake.
Well, here's Cicheran, has some pace. And wow, he's bundled over by Garcia. And he gets a yellow card for his shovel. That battle has been very keen. I spoke about that battle between Gill and Cornwall, but this is another emerging battle between Cicheran and Garcia.
Well, certainly one of the success stories for Deportivo has been their wingbacks. Both Garcia and Cornwall put in some excellent performances for their charges.
Well, the area that they're from, Deportivo PF, has produced, I'm not sure we can finish the broadcast if we start calling names. Perhaps one of the most famous being Leroy De Leon, coming from the Point Fortin region. We talk about Wilfred Cave, so many top players coming from that area. They do boast of having produced the most national players, Point Fortin. Booted away by Etienne. Pacheco sends Riley on a chase. Sinclair might get there first. He does. Well, it could be a break on the other end as well. And
I'm not sure about that.
Etienne is pleading his innocence. The referee has ruled against him, though.
Well, he came across, yeah, there's a little shrug of the elbow there. I tell you, looking at that again, James, he's lucky to be on the pitch. Because it looked like there was a swing in action, an elbow swing in action.
Seems he might have gone down in the book as well.
If you can get another look at that, I just wonder. So look at it here, James. Look at the elbow there, right there. He's fortunate.
Yeah, he's been a bad boy. Lucky to just receive a yellow card.
Got a good angle of that one.
But I tell you who's not lucky. That man on the ground, Kishon Sicharan. And no, they're having words at the moment. Well, good look at the bench. And 4 of them have played for the national team in the coaching staff. So the former Naparima goalkeeper in there, Rondell. Kelvin Modest as well, super. Coach Selborn Francis, Kester Cornwall. Oh, they've got some quality, haven't they? Good bench.
If they could have turned back the hands of time.
The goalkeeper coach would have been the understudy, one of the understudies to Marvin Phillips at Star Wars Strikers. Oh, this one couldn't beat the man at the near post. As we approach the half-hour mark in this match, no goals yet. Hasn't been short of action though.
Yeah, it has been an absorbing contest so far. Certainly pleasing on the eye. Keen battles on the field in various departments have really culminated into a good view for spectators as we started to see things fill up here at the La Horquetta Recreational Ground.
Can he find a red shirt? Finds the head of Etienne. Seems to be everywhere in defense. Oh, that's good from Riley. But Sturge wins that battle illegally. He's having a tough time, isn't he, Sturge?
Well, I think the question is being asked if Etienne received the card for his loose hands. Why is not Sturge? As you can see, the hand across the chest. Always a foul. I don't think he needed to do it. Nevertheless, oh, that's reckless.
Wow, that's heavy from Ronell Paul. And
yeah, that's naughty. It's you can argue all you like, James, about it hitting the ball first, but the follow through, it's not allowed in football. And as much as he can protest, he's a lucky boy not to be booked or even sent off for that. It's fine winning the football, but look at the follow through. You just can't do that. That's certainly outside the remit of the rules of the game.
Well, absorbing contest. Point Fortin really putting up a battle here. Now, I mentioned earlier that Point Fortin might boast of having perhaps the most national players. I'm sure Karanaj might take offense to that. Another community that has produced quite a bit of national talent. You think of Lester Peltier, you think of Kevin Molino, you think of Jovin Jones, and you think about the national coach, Angus Eve, who's locked on, by the way. Hello, Angus.
I think that as we look at Coach Quamino belting out instructions, it's certainly been a contest, and as much as we try to contextualize things, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers have really steamrolled the competition, as we see Mark Ramdeen.
Houston Hector, next name as well.
Hector.
Quality, both benches. They're going to tussle for this one. Javon Morris taking no chances. Here's Isaiah Lee to Cicheran. He's up against Cornwall now. Gill has had limited success against the fullback. Here's Garcia. Chico, and they're away now to Hudson.
That's good football.
They can find Henry, and but I tell you what, Javon Morris, you might look at him physically and think he's a run over, but he's been far from that in this competition.
And what he does well is he gets his body across and in between the man and the ball, which makes it very difficult for opposing strikers. He's also quite good at reading the game.
You might know his famous uncle, former captain of the 1990 strike squad, Clayton Morris. Oh, not sure St. Hilaire knew much about that.
Oh, had to be spot on there.
Well, Corbin, well, he's gotten past two here. He's opened up a yard of space, and that's a good touch. But as it gone out of play, still open, anybody's ball, and eventually I think it was Isaiah Hudson that might have gotten the final touch. But boy, oh boy, it's a roller coaster out there.
Well, it was a roller coaster, but not blocked there by Andre Etienne on Ross Russell Jr. I think that's the one that really, this could be dangerous here.
Well, Cicheran has been crowded out.
But the block by Andre Etienne, James, it's a quality block. Because once Ross Russell Jr. pounced on that loose ball, I think it would have been a difficult night for Marvin Phillip. But Etienne got across, put his body in the way. That's where Deportivo has to be careful. Rangers in transition is arguably one of the best in the country at it.
Certainly are. Here's Hudson. Heavy touch from Henry. And again, well, he's won this battle this time with Morris. First time that he's gotten the better of Morris. As Phillip floats it into the area. Couldn't find Riley. So here's Riley again.
That's a good ball.
Wonder. Well, Cornwall just
got to finish.
Missed it. In fact, Henry just missed it. And well, you don't get those opportunities twice. And Shaquille Henry would be wondering how he missed it. And Luke Phillip with the follow-up. Well, he couldn't pin the tail either.
That's a big chance there. Delightful play by Riley, getting the better of Ross Russell Jr. Look at that. May have taken a slight touch by Morris, maybe James, not sure. But certainly Shaquille Henry. Oh, what a glorious opportunity for him.
More chances for Point Fortin here. Oh, and he just took it away from everybody, Ronald Paul. I think Henry might have been fancying his chance at the back door. End-to-end action. We're here for it. Inside the final 10 minutes of the first half. You
have to give Deportivo a lot of credit, James. They've not only just shown up for this fixture, but they've certainly played their part in it. I may even argue that they've had the best chance of the game so far.
Oh, Kill bumped out of possession, and here's Riley. Still just had nightmares. Will this be one of them? He's got some help here.
He's got to deliver.
Yeah, Garcia.
Yeah, he's got to deliver.
Didn't get it over. Ross Russell Jr. bombing forward. How often have we seen him in the attacking third? The left back. Well, here's Sturge as well in the pushing forward. Oh, that's careless. And clumsy. So the two C's combining to create another C. A bit of a casualty. Philip seems to have gotten the worst of it.
But I think the last thing that Deportivo wants is for this game to become stretched and a seesaw battle, as we see, of course, frailing hands there again.
But I think Philip might have been the guilty party. The hand across the face of Kadeen Lewis.
And they have to avoid from this game becoming too stretched, because that's exactly what Rangers would like from it, with the pace and guile that they have in the attacking positions, and how quickly they move from defense to offense. So I think from a Deportivo point of view, and certainly from Coach Francis's point of view, he'd want to stay as compact for as long as possible throughout this game. They've done well so far, certainly, but they have to be wary of course, finding themselves too stretched.
Well, he's had a good game. Hasn't had the opportunity to bomb forward as much as he'd like this evening, Ross Russell Jr. Credit, of course, to Point Fortin and Garcia and Riley.
This is his problem right here. Once he's gone.
He's gone. He's got space. Can he deliver with
That's
quality? It's good quality, and well, the acrobatics came out. And wow, it certainly was like a firework. It entertained momentarily, but then the moment was over. Shaquille Henry.
Well, again, once Ross Russell Jr. vacates that position at left back, Jordan Riley's finding all sorts of, what a picture-perfect ball. He went for the spectacular when it really needed a touch and finish. He would be disappointed when he sees that. It would have been a lot easier, James, to just bring the ball down and, of course, slot it into the back of the net. But then, what's the reason for having TV cameras here? That's what the spectacular is about.
I can't agree more. Can't complain of not getting chances, Shaquille Henry. Also from the Santa Flora area. Last played his football with Paradise FC in Barbados before the pandemic. Returning home. Can he help his home community? Jordan Riley can if he can get away. But the flag has gone up. And that has abated his joy. What a match he's having.
Well, it's been a cat and mouse situation really down that side, because once Ross Russell Jr. advances up front, Jordan Riley slides across, and of course once Terminex La Horquetta Ranger loses the football, then it's really a foot race and acres of space for Jordan Riley. And 9 times out of 10, Caleb Sturge has to come across, and he's finding himself in really good positions, Jordan Riley.
Henry keeps it alive. Garcia. Pacheco. Oh, that's clever from Hudson. He's got Riley overlapping. He tries a shot
Should have
himself.
treaded. Bad decision.
Yes, Ciceran. And well, he's out-muscled by Luke Phillip. So the referee's going to want that back. And well, he's got some motivating to do. Hasn't seen his team under the gun this much in former matches. Tonight he's got to adjust quickly. Here's Ross Russell Jr. Gill, oh, that's good. Space for Jr.
Got numbers.
Numbers ahead. Can he find one of them? Maybe a bit too long for Ciceran. And, well, that's disappointing. Could still be alive here with Lewis. Corbin tries a shot. Gill, that's a nice feint, and Russell Jr. and deflected.
Top defending again.
Yeah, how often have we seen those opportunities happen? And, well, how often have we seen Marvin Phillip going down in some pain?
Top defending there again by the boys from Deportivo. Just when you thought with the numbers that Rangers had, and this touch here, the touch really let him down. Should have been a little bit further out of his foot.
You might argue. Perhaps could have gone first time as well.
Yeah, he could have, correct. But you have to give credit to Garcia. He was across quickly and shut him down. And that's your wing back, James. He's probably had more opportunities than the forward line collectively for Rangers. That's how far advanced he's been playing.
The former defense force man. Never short on energy. Point Fortin would need some of that energy to defend this service. Headed high into the air. Phillip will contest, and a big punch away. Not much distance. They keep it alive, and Daniel's pass is cut out by Phillip. And here they come to Henry. Phillip, oh, that's, well, tried to get it through the legs of Kidane Lewis. No success. Here's Nathaniel Garcia. Oh, that's clever from Hudson. Cornwall. Oh, they're just trying to stretch the field at the moment. Trying to poke holes in the Rangers midfield. This pass not accurate. Sturge. Should be cut out by Etienne. Pacheco. Cornwall. So we are inside the final minutes of the first half. No goals yet. But what an enthralling contest we've witnessed so far. But Pacheco not given room, and Jamal Cricht wins it. Could open doors here, but it's well escorted by Garcia to his goalkeeper Marvin Phillip. Trying to cool some of that tempo that we've seen. Has been a pressure cooker so far. So 2 minutes will be added to the 45 that has already gone. Maybe enough time to get a goal before halftime. Here's Riley. It's a foot race yet again that he's winning. And this time he is fouled in the process. He will get a free kick. They've got to do something about Riley. He's causing all sorts of terror.
Well, if there is an Achilles heel to Rangers, it's right there. Because of the way they play, they've asked Ross Russell Jr. to play a lot higher up the park. So once Riley gets the real, he's getting a lot of real estate to run into.
Well, they can't threaten from set pieces. They've got Etienne in there. Big, tall lad. Got Ronell Paul as well to aim at. Pacheco at the back door, and Henry.
Tell you what,
it's until there. Wow.
Should have done better there.
Played pat a cake there with his handling. But on the other end, it's Keyshawn Citeran trying to pick the lock of Point Fortin. Can't get past Phillip.
He did really well.
And well, somebody's in pain. Maybe two. And will be Point Fortin's ball.
You have to credit Phillip. He basically did a Carifta sprint there to get back.
We're talking about sprinting. Here's a man who can sprint and can pass as well. St. Hilaire's in no man's land. Oh, what a slip there from Shaquille Henry. Fortune for Rangers. Oh, Isaiah Lee Oh, well cut out. Here's Andre Pacheco. Luke Phillip. Ah, that's a lazy ball from Pacheco. They still win it. Remains alive with Hudson. Oh, that's clever from Phillip. And, well, smart as well. But the referee's whistle, well, it comes and it brings an end to what has been a delightful first half. Goalless. However, it has been entertaining between Deportivo Point Fortin and the home team, La Horquetta Rangers. At halftime, goalless. We take a break and come back with the first half highlights. "45 minutes has failed to produce a goal here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground between Terminix Rangers and Deportivo Point Fortin. Certainly hasn't been a game short of action. Let's take a look at some of the first half highlights in what has been an enthralling match so far. Andre Pacheco tried his luck early, giving Jabari St. Hilaire something to think about. That was early, first few minutes of the match. And then more from Point Fortin. Nathaniel Garcia. Gravity not in his favor that time. No trouble for St. Hilaire. On the opposite end, in transition, La Horquetta Rangers always a trouble, but Garcia, the fullback, up to the task. And then Kadeem Corbin. How about him for some silky skills, opening up the door for Ross Russell Jr. And how about that for a block from Andre Etienne. And later on, this man, Jordan Riley rather, and Shaquille Henry unable to pin the tail, and Luke Phillips follow up, but it lacked some precision. And Riley was a Riley show in this first half, like an Olympic sprinter. The best chance maybe for Point Fortin, but the acrobatics couldn't get the right execution to hit the nail on the head, so it remains goalless in this match between Deportivo Point Fortin and La Horquetta Rangers. Well, looking at some of the first half statistics, and paints a very good picture.
Yeah, it does. And you look at the shot department, 5 shots to 3 for shots for Deportivo Point Fortin over the Rangers. Shots on target, 1 apiece. Fouls, 4 for Rangers, 3 for Deportivo. Of course, 2 yellow cards to Deportivo. Offsides the same. Corners, 1 for Deportivo. Ahead of Rangers with 0, and 1 saves a piece for both teams. And of course, James, a game where many would have figured that Rangers would have been high and dry by now, but Deportivo have certainly shown up for this occasion and have certainly played their part in it.
Well, they have turned up to the party so far, and what a performance.
One of the things they've bin very good at is that they've been able to look at some of the weaknesses that Timonix Rangers may have, and one of them, of course, is in that left-back position where, of course, Russell Jr. plays so high up the park, leaving a lot of real estate behind him, and Jordan Riley has really played his part in this game. And more importantly as well, if you look at the game, the best chances would have fallen to Deportivo. Shaquille Henry with both opportunities. I think going into the second half, Rangers is certainly going to want to play higher up the park and, of course, solidify that position with the real estate that, of course, Jordan Riley has.
Well, Jordan Riley certainly did get some joy. Lots of joy down the right side, and it's something that Dave Foreman would have to look into. Match week 5 continues, however, over the weekend at the Arima Velodrome at the St. James Police Barracks. And the team we haven't seen yet at La Horquetta Recreation Ground is Central FC. On Saturday, they come up against the mighty Defense Force. Central FC sit in the bottom half of the table, so they will certainly need a win to improve their standings. Ahead of the season, we did have a chance to chat with Coach Ross Russell, who's right there in the middle of the crowd taking in the action, and a couple of his key players, and this is what they had to offer.
Finally coming back into competitive football is a joy to me because I think I belong on the football pitch. I've been here for years, and I always have ambition to win the league. I'm a previous winner of the league. Away from it was really tough for me. So coming back to football is really a joy. It's a pleasure being back. It's a pleasure being coaching because all the time I was doing goalkeeping coaching. But now I'm the head coach at Central. It's just a pleasure to be back out on the football field. I can't say if they're fit enough yet because the season was off for 2 years. So, coming back, you'll always feel that you're ready. Right now, the guys are working extremely hard to get to where they was when the pandemic came. Right now, I'm just hoping that the guys take everything I teach them on board, and we'll see if they come.
Well, it's an excited feeling after being out for so long, 2 years, no football. For all the footballers, everybody know that was, a depressing feeling. So, we're excited to get back out there in the Ascension League. Our team, Central FC, it's a young squad, We only had 2 weeks to prepare, so, we have an intense training session trying to get back the fitness levels up there for everybody on the team. The best qualities of my team is youth. That's what we're going into the competition with, a lot of youth. Because, the younger you are, the fitter you are, the more you're open to learning the game, that kind of way. Well, a successful season for our team will be, if some of the players get scouted, maybe to go abroad, maybe for the national team as well. That may define a successful season for our team.
It feels amazing to be back. Most of our lives were based around football, so during the pandemic, you had to find something else to do to fill that void. But nothing fills the void of football. We need your teammates, so it feels amazing. Everybody's just coming back to it, getting back to full fitness, getting back in stride, getting to know each other as well because it's a new team. So we're just building the chemistry right now and having a good time. Well, so far, during the short time that we've been together, I would say we just don't give up. We always at it. So I would say resilience is a strong quality around the team, and the players would say that as well.
And the Central FC, a team, of course, Brent Sancho is quite familiar with. And the head coach, Ross Russell.
Yeah, it's good to see, of course, the young men back out there. I think for Central FC, it's important to give the young players a chance, and you've seen it throughout the tournament. A lot of teams have chosen to go down the route of younger talent and give them the opportunity. I think, as young St. Rose would have mentioned, it's important for these young men to possibly get scouted and to ply their trade overseas.
Well, St. Rose has been one of the top young talents coming out of Trinidad and Tobago, getting an opportunity. And we would see more from him and others like him later on. So it's goalless here at the Lockett Recreation Ground. We take a break, and when we come back, we've got second half action. .45 minutes is all that remains between Terminex Larkita Rangers and Deportivo Point Fortin from scoring a goal. At the moment, it's goalless. Nobody cares at the moment here at the Larkita Recreation Ground. They're all having a grand time because the atmosphere is ripe and they've certainly witnessed a very exciting match. Welcome back to second half action here on Sportsmax and CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. James Saunders is my name alongside Brent Sancho. And lots to look forward to in the second half.
Yeah, certainly lots to look forward to, certainly from a tactical perspective. Whether or not Rangers are going to change their approach. And of course, for Deportivo, how are they going to approach the second half from a tactical point of view? But overall, certainly pleasing on the eye. And both teams, despite the lack of real goal-scoring opportunities, it has been an entertaining encounter.
Won't be surprised if I see some changes from that man, Dave Kwamina. Hasn't quite going according to plan for him in the first half, but he's got a ton load of stocks lined up. And they're having a ton load of vibes, as they say, taking in all of the action. Always brings out the crowd here in La Horquetta anytime the home team plays. And there we go. The contingent of officials, they've had their hands full. Has been a tempestuous match so far, and done a relatively good job. He's had a tough job, Caleb Sturge, containing the likes of Jordan Riley. You'd hope for some more help from that man, Ross Russell Jr. Jamel Cright, the captain, he's been pretty silent in this match. He hasn't been allowed to dictate the play as he often does, but that man certainly has, Jordan Riley.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the reasons behind the Rangers' subdued performance so far is because of the way Deportivo have applied themselves to this fixture. They've certainly not made it easy for Rangers. Of course, we talk about Deportivo's position on the table, but you can't be fooled. When you look at some of the names on that paper that's wearing the orange and blue, certainly some not only household names, but James, match winners in there.
Yeah, lots of match winners who've been there, done it. Shaquille Henry has been good for Paradise FC, was their leading goal scorer. Andrew Pacheco certainly won some matches in his time. Jordan Riley has done it at the secondary school level. It's quite right. You've got men. Isaiah Hudson has done it at secondary school level as well. Game changers, Andrew Etienne, Daniel Garcia, players have won titles, but locally, regionally, and internationally. And changes, Jamal Francois comes in to the lineup, and well, the man, they call him the Trini Ronaldinho on YouTube, Atula Guerra, T&T International. He's been a star performer, both in the USL, locally, and back in the day at Mucurapo Secondary Comprehensive. So they're looking to him for answers, Atula Guerra.
We saw him deployed as a second half substitute before in the Central Soccer World fixture.
He scored twice coming on as substitute in consecutive games.
He did, and you would have to figure that he may have that sort of impact into this one. It'll be interesting.
Well, here's Kadeem Corbin, a man who's been pretty consistent on the scoring chart. It's interesting to note the evolution of Kadeem Corbin. He's, for much of his career, been deployed as a number 9, central striker, but he has sort of morphed into an overall attacker, can play on both flanks. That's something for Paul to chase, and Real Gill is not going to make it easy for him. So it is a corner, and early o'clock they've got to defend. Etienne and Marvin Phillip. Experience combined, making sure that all is regular and correct. In the area, headed away by Etienne. Rarely misses. It's Morris. Had to be quick. And we a tussle with Gill and Cornwall. I tell you what, I've rarely seen Cornwall lose an individual duel.
Yeah, he's been spot on throughout this tournament for Deportivo. Solid left back.
Here's Garcia coming out of traffic nicely. It's another Garcia. Well, they'll just take their time now to compose and look for options. Not the best of passes from Cornwall. been good this tournament. Last time he played here in La Horquetta, he was our man of the match. Sturge under no pressure. Back to his goalkeeper. Well, he's a character, isn't he? Nuts Landing, the popular peanut vendor. Made his name West Indies matches. He's a comedian of sort. Always a popular local entertainer. Oh, this is a long service. And, wow. Henry just couldn't get over it. Head away the danger. And it, in fact, Garcia. And it will be a goal kick.
I think he's changed his job spec.
Well, he's with the Angels. I wonder which one is he? If they've got the Angels, you've got to have the yang to that.
Well, he's wearing the right color.
Got that right. Only as far as Garcia. Looking for room, he finds Hudson. Well cut out by Kreit. And Atula Guerra is away. Francois has his pass cut out. Here's Ross Jr. looking for Guerra. Coswell to screen his man in for Kreit, and oh goodness me, Marvin Phillips had the hands of iron, and well,
I tell you what, James, I'm looking at the referee's reaction. I'm not sure if we have it in shot, but I think he was in two minds about possibly giving a penalty kick.
Well,
look at the original shot here, saved by Marvin Phillips. Look at the well, he's out of our picture, but I think the referee went to you. Look at Marvin Phillips demonstrating. He as well was believing that he was looking that way.
Yeah, I think Etienne is a bit lucky, but had to do what he had to do.
Well, one of the things that's you know, a bit of an eye opener. Oh, that's a.
Oh goodness me, Marvin Phillips! How in the world did he keep that out? Well, I rarely have seen shots surprise Marvin Phillips, and that one surprised him. Didn't beat him though. That's why he makes the box.
That is a top save, and I don't know how much of it he knows. He knows of it.
Well, he'll have to get ready again here, and the break could be on, but a wayward pass gets away the danger. But Marvin Phillips, my word, he's been good.
Well, I think in goalkeeping school they always say get your body behind the line of the ball, and I think that's all he did really. It was moving and swerving. When he first sighted it, I think he just decided to line his body up behind that line, and it worked out for him.
I tell you what, Michael Maurice is smiling somewhere. That was our goalkeeper coach back at Star Wars Strikers, and always drilled that into us.
Clever man. That's a poor pass.
Michael Maurice, of course, was also famous part of the 1990 strike squad team. That included Russell Latapy, Dwight York, Clayton Morris, and many others. And,
that's a poor decision.
Yeah, never really got hold of it.
It's, and for many reasons, they had a 3v2 situation there, James. And as we look at Captain Jamal on the floor, of course, protesting with the referee that he didn't blow for the foul. I don't think I saw much in it. Here we go again. He tried to turn inside, which was always difficult here. There's a little bit of a nibble on the ankle. Could have been called. And I think Deportivo should have taken advantage of that.
And that's another duel that is won by Cornwall. I'm just loving that save from Marvin Phillips. Forgive me for crushing on it. I'm a goalkeeper.
I'm there with you, my friend. Top save. Again, I don't know if he knew much about it, but give him some credit.
Yes, Sturge. Oh, that's a good ball. Finds Kadeem Corbin. Oh, he's going past Etienne. Chance is opening up here. And, well, the final ball just behind the attacker.
This is going to be close. This is going to be close.
There. Oh, that's a good save from St. Hilaire. So we've seen good saves on both ends. It's not over. Jamal Francois. Game really stretched at the moment. Real Gill. It's been quiet. Not this time. That pass loud in the air of Marvin Phillip as it zinged past his upright. And he's asking questions of his defense now. He's saying, what in the world are you doing?
Yeah, things starting to open up a bit here. A lot of emotion on the faces of both teams. This young Gill steps inside of Cornwall here and lets fly with the left foot.
Away by Garcia. Well, it's the quietest match I've seen of Real Gill all tournament. The 18-year-old. He's been kept really quiet in the pocket of Cornwall. Well, this is anybody's ball. Maybe Ross Russell Jr. Time to cross here. That's a good ball.
Got the finish.
Oh, goodness. Well, they're finding space now, and Point Fortin has to be careful. Doesn't lose his cool very often, Marvin Phillip, but he's saying, guys, we need to get it together.
Yeah, they're becoming a bit stretched now. We're seeing little pockets developing within the ranks, and it's certainly been a very fruitful couple of minutes for La Horquetta Rangers. I think Deportivo have to find a way to settle things down. It comes back to game management. There's enough senior players within that squad that needs to take things down a bit, get them back to being very solid and very resolute. But certainly the advantage has been with La Horquetta Rangers so far.
Etienne.
I don't think Marvin wants to deal with this, with that groin. It's the last thing he wants.
Well, he showed his displeasure there. Well, he's the only man to win the secondary school's intercall title in both football and cricket, Marvin Phillip. He's a secondary school legend because he top scored 1 year in the South Zone Representation College as a striker, and then he won with Princestown in 2001, and he also followed up the year after with the intercall cricket title, also with Princestown. But he has to save here. Atula Guerra, and he's quick off the mark, Marvin Phillip. What a goalkeeper, what a servant he has been for Trinidad and Tobago. Hudson running into traffic.
You have to show a little bit more care with the ball.
Daniel taken down, but Guerra continues to play forward. Couldn't find Jamal Francis. Overcooked. So Francois hoping for an impact from him. He's been around.
Had some time in Central America.
Certainly has. Point Fortin just seems to have lost some of the composure that we saw in the first half. Higher pressure from Rangers.
I think this is a problem here. They've been coughing the ball up in these sorts of areas, which has been a springboard for some of these sorts of attacks. And this is what Rangers want to do.
Well, it's opening up here for Gill. Oh, Marvin Phillip. Wow. I tell you what, they should rename him Gibraltar. He has been a rock. And Real Gill has come close on 2 opportunities, and he has stood firm every single time. Well, the 18-year-old is coming to life now, Real Gill. Headed away by Garcia, and Daniel David doesn't find favor with gravity on that attempt.
I think they just need to find a spell of possession, Deportivo, just to slow things down a bit, possess the ball and spend some time on it. They got to take a bit of care on it as well, James. We've seen them cough the ball up in some really, and they're being played into these sorts of situations. It's not what they want to do. Just possess the ball and try to use the flanks, play out in the wide areas.
Well, they couldn't get some joy here to Luke Phillip. He's trying to make inroads. Unsuccessful at the moment inside the La Horquetta Rangers third of the field. Here's Garcia.
Yeah, you can't lose it there.
Oh, danger here for Marvin Phillip. And he's fortunate that the accuracy not matching the expectation, but certainly was worth a try.
And that's what has been the downfall for Deportivo in this half. They've been really playing themselves into real dangerous situations with these straight balls in the middle and being picked off just like that.
Sturge wins possession. Here's Daniel David. Real Gill.
That's a good ball.
It's deep into the area, and wow, headed away at this time. Marvin Phillip can't get his right hand to it. And the home crowd, well, they do what they always do every Friday night, because goals have been pouring in, and that man, Kadeem Quarterman, is among the scorers yet again.
It's nothing short of what they deserve. La Horquetta Rangers. Good swivel and shot. Good ball in the middle there by the young man, Real Gill. Didn't clear their lines. Fortunate touch, but a top finish there by Corbin. Beating an outstretched Marvin Phillip, to the delight of the home support. You have to say, James, that was coming.
Well, there were warning signs, and there will be changes. Mark Ramdeen will make his way on. He replaces Luke Phillip. And Houghton Hector, the veteran T&T International and W Connection man, will come in. 35 caps, 7 goals for Trinidad and Tobago. Houghton Hector, CFU Club Championship winner in 2009. Played with Hanoi T&T in Vietnam for several years. And he's back home, and his job is quite simple: to help his home community get back level. So we're on the hour mark with Rangers leading by 1-0. Well, here's Hector. Oh, he's gone past one. He's having a shot. Could fall nicely here. And the flag went up. And, well, Henry thought he might have been in. Houghton Hector's already caused an impact since coming on. He's a midfielder who can score goals. Did it in his SSFL days at Vassini Secondary. Well, the game has come to life.
Well, they have to go for it, don't they, really, James? Deportivo. They've not played particularly well in the second half, and they have to find a way to break down this very stubborn and well orchestrated Timinex La Horquetta Rangers rear guard.
They've got less than 30 minutes to find an inroad. Garcia heads it back to Etienne. It's a brave header. And I'm not quite sure what Etienne had in mind there. Certainly wasn't what Garcia was thinking. He does apologize, takes responsibility. He's had 5 caps with the national senior team, Etienne. Did win a title playing in India, the Duand Cup. Andre Etienne played a couple of seasons there. Also played with Progreso in Honduras, where he got 17 caps and he scored 2 goals. Here's Hector. He's a staunch favorite of our former W Connection coach, Stuart Charles Fervier, called Hector an orchestral leader.
Certainly, as it relates to TT Pro League football, he'd be up there.
Certainly one of the best in the business. Getting on in age now, Hector, but he does have quality. Be a tussle here. He's done well, and that's well cut out as well. Good defending. Keeps it alive, Henry. Here's Garcia. Looking for inroads. Maybe overhits. And it is overhit. It's been frustrating in the final third.
It's the right idea, it's just certainly executed the wrong way. But they're going to have to be adventurous, James, if they want to get back into this. They can't sit back and expect it to be handed to them.
Well, they've just tossed in 2 creative players, Mark Ramdeen and Hector. Will that pay dividend? Well, Jamal Crate is one of those underappreciated players in a football team. You rarely see him in the match, but he's pivotal. Yeah, he is challenging for this one. Here's Jamal Crate, the captain, and well, his shot. Nothing underrated about that. Wasn't up to his usual standard. Type of player that just does these simple things right. Rotates possession, works well in retrieving possession on the opposite side of the ball. Here's Garcia to Etienne. Rondell Paul to Cornwall. They're trying to move the ball quicker now as Mark Ramdeen turns into a red light. Houghton Hector. Tried to find Hector there, Hudson, but he loses it in a bad area. It's back with Hector. Oh, he's trying to find Henry. And, well, that's good defending from Morris.
I tell you, he threw an elbow there. I'm not sure.
Well, both players seem to be in a bit of pain. And,
well, it's, I tell you, James, I'm looking at it, and hopefully we get another look at this. Look at when Morris hits the ground. Of course, tussling here with Shaquille Henry. Look at the right arm of Morris, right here. And I wonder how much of that the referee would have seen, because that's a red card offense.
yeah, it's difficult to see those. Assistant, of course, on the other side of the field. I'd be surprised if he did spot it, but it's unfortunate for Morris, though.
And the referee is still hovering around. Look at this here, James. Henry obviously infringes, but once you've thrown that elbow right there, you're off the field. It's not part of the sport.
And, well, there seem to be 2 hands thrown.
Well, the referee is still there, and I'm thinking he's going to take some sort of action because he would have seen it. And you're correct. It was an elbow thrown twice, so it's hard to see. Well, he's come out scotch-free. I'm very surprised of that.
It's a lucky boy.
He's a very, very fortunate. Of course, we have the luxury of
being PR operators.
Perfect camera angle and a tremendous production team.
Congrats to the camera crew. Well, here's Real Gill. Hudson has to hurry. And
that's a good tackle.
It's a crunching tackle there from Sturge.
He's done really well there. He had to have his timing correct, and that's exactly what he's done. A bit of afters as well. A bit of Bertie's pepper sauce sprinkled on there. It's a crunching challenge.
Mucho caliente.
He's been superb tonight as well. He's covered well behind Morris and the wing backs. He's had his work cut out for him against some very talented front players from Deportivo, but he's done well.
That one is long in search of Guerra. Would not find him.
You'd have to wonder at some point whether or not Deportivo is going to throw another body up front. Right now, Shaquille Henry is playing as a lone striker. You have Ramdeen and of course Riley flanking, but then Houghton Hector almost in that creative role. But I think two players up front might give Rangers something else to think about. It would mean the removal of one of their holding midfielders, one out of the two anyway. Are they willing to take that gamble? Still 1-0, still a lot of time.
Looking for options ahead of him. Could be a chance opening up here. The Hector keeps it alive. And Henry, oh goodness me.
What?
I think Cinderella might have been saying a prayer or two as that rolled passes right upright.
Probably the most difficult of chances that he's had. He's had a couple in this game, but he's done well to create that small slice of space needed to get that shot off.
Well, is there another roll of the dice in this game for either of these teams? Rangers just leading by 1-0 inside the final 20 minutes of the match. That was good from Ross Jr. Philip Garcia has been very good this evening. Houghton Hector is fouled. Still doesn't think so.
He certainly added some life to the Deportivo team since coming on, Hector. There's no doubt in his quality.
Can he pick out a familiar shirt inside the sea of red?
That's a great ball.
At the back on, Ramdeen just couldn't pin the donkey's tail. But he came calling though.
I tell you what, he was all alone there, James. I'm not sure if there was a red shirt anywhere in his vicinity. He had the chance. Nice ball into the box there by Hector. Yeah, he's all alone. He's got to hit the target back across the goal. Just never met it with any real purchase. And of course, it ended up going wide. That's a chance. This could be trouble.
Easily gobbled up by Marvin Phillip, but how close was that? Chances on both ends of the field. So you've seen some end-to-end stuff. You've got to give some credit to Terminix Rangers defensively. They've been pretty disciplined and well organized. Just wait patiently to get their moment to transition.
And I think more importantly, they use that defensive solidity to springboard a lot of the attacks. And because they're so well organized and so drilled defensively, they're able to attack with a lot of impotence. So, well, they are one of those teams that makes life very difficult for you.
Well, Sturge does well to eliminate the threat of Shaquille Henry. Well, more changes are afoot in the Point 14 camp. Stephen Joseph is all set to come in, and he will replace Isaiah Hudson. Like for like change, Joseph coming in midfielder to replace the midfielder. He would feel that maybe he can get one opportunity to put his team back on course.
He's had a couple in the first half. And looking back at it now, certainly should have done better. As we see Jabari Francis. As I've said before, James, at some point, Deportivo will have to throw numbers forward. I'm not sure they are resigned to that fate yet. They're still trying to keep that Singletary man up front. But you would think if they are to get into this, they'd have to put numbers.
Well, Kildane Lewis is receiving some treatment off the field at the moment. Jordan Riley, by the way, has been replaced. Ezekiel Kisa has been summoned as his replacement. Inside the final 12 minutes of the match. Tell you what, Rangers are looking to make some more changes. Lots of activity happening on the bench for Rangers. many as 3 players are set to come in. They want more. Well cut out by Garcia. It's been so solid all evening. It's a giveaway to Guerra. Here's Pride. Kadeem Corbin, the goal scorer. And, well, he can get past Philip. Break could be on with Mark Ramdeen on the opposite end. Henry. Guerra, first time ball into Corbin. But for Guerra, well, he might just have given up on that one. As Brent Sanchez says, you can't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket.
Certainly wanted nothing to do with that ticket. There's a certain Andretti and behind the purchasing machine.
Here's Guerra again. Crite. Looking for Gill. Away by Paul. Only as far as Garcia. Run into some trouble, but Etienne doing the janitorial work, cleaning up nicely. Well, the passes are just beginning to stray as we enter into the last 10 minutes of the match. Rangers still leading by 1-0 against Deportivo Point Fortin. So that will be retaken. So changes will be made. And former national under-20 player Jesus Perez is set to come in. But first, Emmanuel Thomas would make his way on. Not quite sure who he replaced. Real Gil, but also see the end of his evening to be replaced by former national player Jesus Perez. Kadeem Corbin could be set to come off as well, because Kaim Thomas is being lined up. Seems to be some confusion about who comes off. Oh, finally, there we go. Kadeem Corbin is off. Jesus Perez is on. Kaim Thomas is on. And Emmanuel Thomas makes his debut. Emmanuel Thomas here, making his debut.
Well, it looks like they've gone to maybe a 3-back system. It's a lot of instructions going on, a lot of pointing, and I'm not sure if all the instructions that has left the bench has been carried onto the field.
Etienne. Is there one last roll of the dice for Point Fortin? Ramdeen faces a heavy challenge from Thomas. What an introduction he's made. Not afraid to put in the big tackles, the wee little man. So can Ramdeen conjure up something? Here's Garcia. Need him to be a bit more involved in the build-up. Can they find a way through the Red Sea? Well, they're challenging for everything, Rangers. Not leaving anything to chance. Goes all the way back to Marvin Phillip. Searching ball from Garcia. Finds nobody in his team scholars. Might be a good time to take a look at the Sportsmax app moment. And it's one that goalkeepers everywhere should pay attention to. Russ Russell Jr. having a crack at Marvin Phillip. Bounced awkwardly in front of him, but he got his body behind it and reacted well to keep that out. So the T&T senior international goalkeeper gets our Sportsmax app moment for crucial save in the match. Well, they're facing Alcatraz at the moment. Impenetrable, the red shirts of Terminix Rangers. Garcia deflected, and he's won a corner. So something has happened. Could this be the moment? Point 14 we're waiting for. They have an opportunity to pile pressure on. The big guys, Etienne, Paul arrive in the area.
Oh, I tell you.
It's away by Javon Morris. He got there first. A second bite of the cherry and Cinderlaire. Oh, clever. And, well, it's still alive. And is it over the top? Just over. And, wow. Well, we haven't had many moments of jubilation from Point 14 in the last few minutes, but that certainly was one that got the fans jumping.
That's a really good defensive effort there by Morris. He had to be strong and followed up here. Some heroics there by Etienne. It's been very quiet here in La Horquetta. The home fans, of course, feeling the tension, as we all are here. Certainly us in the commentators' booth. So Deportivo is certainly involved in this game, and they're still in it.
Well, they still trail by 1-0. A goal scored by Kadeem Corbin. Looks a good foot in for the man of the match if the score remains. His goal separates these teams. 4 minutes to go.
I think you'd have to give an honourable mention to Caleb Sturge at the back as well for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, but I think you're spot on with that one. Corbin's goal is the difference. Made and created by him, you have to give him credit.
Houston Hector. Well, how often have we seen him create chances out of nothing?
Well, I'm looking at the body language of Natalian Garcia, and I suspect he's gonna go for it. Looks a lot like Malcolm Marshall with his stance.
Long run up as well.
Yeah.
That man has to be alert. Jabari St-Hilaire. Tell you what, both can hit them. Here's Garcia. and too high.
Yeah, it was always asking a bit too much. Not only the distance as well, but it would have, of course, needed the force and direction, which is very difficult to do when you're 50 yards away from goal.
Here's Kreit. To Guerra. 1v1 with Etienne. And he loses that battle. Etienne has been solid.
That's a good ball.
Could open up some chances here.
Sturge did really well again, James. Not only got back, but he made the decisive touch as well. Caleb Sturge, excellent defending there. We are a couple of weeks away, James, from Nations League football, and I'm sure a lot of players here would have possibly put their names in the notebook for Coach Eve. Some good performances.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the two fullbacks for Point Fortin, maybe even Etienne putting his name in the hat. Ross Russell Jr. as well.
Caleb Sturge.
Yep.
And of course, Kevin Woodley in the first game. I think he's done more than put his name on the list.
Yeah, he's signed his name with a golden pen. There's Kisa. Couldn't get on the end of it, Kisa. We're into the last minutes of regulation time. The clock is ticking down. And the assistant referees stepping to his mark. And, well, they'll have some opportunity, maybe, to get a lifeline. It's 5 minutes that will be added. Here's Kreit. They're in search of some insurance at the moment. Here's Guerra. Oh, that's a good ball from Guerra. Time, space, and wow. Anticlimactic is the best description. Should have been game, set, and match. What do you think about our potential man of the match, Kadeem Corbin? I'll tell you after.
That's a good ball.
Ramdeen. Oh, that's a good
Got the finish here.
time. Oh, goodness me. He took all the time in the world, and, well, Akinola Gregory couldn't pin it after that. But that was the chance they were hoping for. They got the chance, but he lost his ticket.
Well, what a delightful ball here by Hector. Getting Ramdeen in his full stride. Defender slips. All he has to do is place it in. But it's a good block at the end. That was a chance, James. Maybe the best chance for Deportivo so far.
Maybe the chance. Not once this man is around Hector. It's gone past two. Yes, Ramdeen again. This time, Gregory. And
my.
gets in the way. And I tell you, they're covering the eyes and the bench of Rangers at the moment. This is too much. They can't complain of not getting the chances. But that big roadblocks into there. Oh, well, he's done a good job. He's kept it out.
It's a good ball across the face of the goal by Ramdeen. Drives it across. I just had to touch it into the back of the net. Flumbles his line. Eventually Hilaire with his feet. Well, I thought Ramdeen had a chance. Well, that was the chance. Two consecutive chances in the space of a minute. Deportivo only have themselves to blame for the scoreline.
I'm sure the folks in La Brea, Vessany, Vance River, Sobo, Captiville, as far as Icacus, Sijas, Fullerton, they're going to be screaming at their televisions at the moment. They've seen their team come so close. It's an emotional roller coaster for them at the moment. Yet still they trail by 1-0. Is there more drama? Well cut out by Daniel. Kite is hustled. And, well, Paul, confident. He does force Marvin Phillip to play quickly. It's a long ball. Looking for Gregory. Oh, that's a bad giveaway in a bad area. Chance opening up for Francois. Well, needs better coordinates than that. Nowhere near the target. Time running out, less than 2 minutes remaining. Deportivo Point Fortin trail by a goal to nil to Terminex Rangers, who will remain unbeaten if the score stays as is. Here's Garcia into Gregory, can't find him. Away by Krite. Oh, he's hustled out of possession there. Had to be quicker. Good work from Gregory. In for Ramdeen, who can get in behind the fullback. Hector. Garcia. Pressure of the clock and forces an errant shot. Perhaps not the right choice at the right time.
Well, when you look back at this one, James, Deportivo only have themselves to blame, really. You've created the opportunities. I would suggest to not only be level, but probably be in front as well. And you look at the two chances that the Henry had in the first half and some of the chances here in the second half, they should have been high and dry.
Russell Jr. loses possession. Hector. I'll tell you what, Hector certainly has changed the texture of the game since coming on.
Well, he's brought quality passes, quality decision making, and the only thing that's failed the Deportivo team is quality execution, and that's why Rangers are 1-0 up. Close score for the home team so far.
Well, additional time has been used up, so discretionary at the moment. Is there one roll of the dice for Deportivo Point Fortin? Hector.
It's got to go. It's got to go in the box. It's got to go in the box.
Looking for Henry. Joseph.
It's got to go.
Aiming long across the field. It's just out of time, you feel.
Well, they're heading in the wrong direction.
Ramdeen. Well, the fans are screaming for them to get the ball into the area. Etienne looking for movement. Hector. Last chance, maybe. Did score an equalizer against the New York Red Bulls, but it's not going to be enough tonight, as the home team, Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, have done enough. And it's a goal by Kadeem Corbin that keeps them alive in this contest, as they take a 1-0 win over Deportivo Point Fortin. And you just sense that they feel as if they've got themselves to blame. Emotions high from both teams. They've certainly provided an entertaining contest to the hundreds of fans that have piled in here in La Horquetta. But it was not to be. Terminex Rangers doing the business in front of their home fans and getting a 1-0 win over Deportivo. Getting set for your highlights. And Deportivo did start the brighter of the two teams. Early chance over the top of the crossbar. Some rough tackles. Kadeem Corbin, of course, very instrumental in this match, creating this one. Russell Jr. And how about that for a challenge from Etienne later on. Good work from the young former Presentation College man and Shaquille Henry just couldn't pin the tail of the donkey there. And more chances at the back door. This one knocked into the area. Tintale up to the task. Second half, after a goalless first, Marvin Phillips has called into action on more than one occasion. And Ross Russell Jr. perhaps forcing the best save out of Marvin Phillips. Our Sportsmax app moment with that save. Not sure he knew much about that. And then Garcia opening up a chance here. Well saved by Tintale. Then Real Gill. Deflected. And well, Marvin Phillips lucky that that one went over the crossbar. Atula Guerra came in as a second half substitute. And Daniel would set up Corbin. Marvin Phillips, how often have we seen him palm them away? Time and time again. And then this, the swivel and the execution. Again, Real Gill involved in the build-up. Kadeem Corbin. Well, how about that for marksmanship? Nothing Marvin Phillips could do as they took a 1-0 lead. Terminex Horquetta Rangers. Chances on the opposite end. Shaquille Henry, perhaps the best of the chances that he got. Shitting night for the man they call Smek. Tintale was forced into action here. Etienne trying his luck. And Paul, the other central defender. But no luck. And with the clock ticking down, maybe the best chance to Ramdeen. And maybe too long to pull the trigger, as that one was taken out of the area as Akinola Gregory could not hit the target. As 1-0 the score remained in favor of Terminex Horquetta Rangers, and it's a score that gives us the winning goal. As we look at some of the statistics, 15 shots each for Rangers and Deportivo. However, the major difference, 7 on target for Rangers as compared to 2 from Deportivo. Well, from those 7 on target, 1 went in, and it was good to see this man. That's with Brent Sancho.
Well, thank you very much. I'm joined here by man of the match, Kadeem Corbin. Of course, Kadeem, a good result for Terminex Horquetta Rangers. More importantly, it gets you 3 points more up the table. Your personal performance, scoring a pivotal goal here. Talk us through it.
I would like to thank God first and foremost for my performance tonight. And I really work hard for it, and I will thank you.
I thought throughout this encounter, you became more and more involved in it. What did the coach say to you guys at halftime, knowing, of course, it was a very close encounter?
Well, first, he said, if we cannot score, them can't score, and let's go for it in second half, and that's what we do, and finally get the 3 points we work hard for.
Well, we saw a little clip of your goal. You created a little bit of space, swiveling. What was on your mind when you were able to create that space? Did you think you had enough purchase on the ball to put it past Marvin Phillips?
My main focus was to just get it off my feet as quick as possible, and I did it, and it went in the net.
Well, again, our man of the match, Kadeem Corbin, congratulations and all the best for the rest of the season. Thank you very much. We are now joined, of course, by the coach of Deportivo Point Fortin, Coach Francis. Of course, Coach, disappointing result. Can you find some solace in the performance?
Yeah. I was comfortable with the performance. Once again, the finishing let us down, but I was comfortable with the performance.
Well, we saw some guilt-edged chances not being put to, as you rightfully mentioned. Of course, moving forward, something to build on for your team.
Yeah, definitely. We each game we keep growing better and better. So one thing we know for sure is that as the games go on, we have plenty more games to go. We will only get better. We're comfortable with that.
Well, certainly, and again, congratulations on the performance tonight.
Yeah.
And of course, all the best to you and your team as the season progresses.
Thanks, man.
Coach Francis of Deportivo Point Fortin, the losing coach in this end, but certainly putting in a creditable performance. We are now joined by the managing director of Terminex Horquetta Rangers, the winning man tonight, of course, Mr. Richard Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, positive result, happy man tonight?
No, not happy at all. I don't think we played our best, but I think Deportivo played an excellent game. You know, they were absolutely fantastic. You can see they were well coached, and they were very, very fit. You know, they ran the whole 90 minutes. And to be honest, I think they deserve a share of the points. You know, they played really well. I was very impressed with them. And but you know, I think it was a lucky result for us. Very, very lucky.
As you move forward, of course, with the games to come, you think Terminix Horquetta Rangers have done enough already to assure themselves the Ascension Tournament title?
Absolutely not. The tournament is wide open. It has 4 teams very, very close to the top. You know, Rangers, Police, Cunupia, Defence Force, very, very close. And it's an excellent advertisement for football in Trinidad. And you can see these players tonight were the best players in Trinidad and Tobago. The game was absolutely top-notch. It was exciting. It produced the drama that I think football is. You know, and kudos again to you, Brent, and James, and Sportsmax, and Kerry, and Nicholas, and these guys. I think you're doing a great job. And it's bringing the football to the public of Trinidad and Tobago, and of course to the Caribbean, to the wider Caribbean, which is all part of what we want to do.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson. Of course, congratulations to your team, and more importantly, all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks a lot, Brent.
Back over to you, James.
Well, what an evening we've witnessed. An evening of success for Terminix Horquetta Rangers, giving the home fans something to celebrate, taking a 1-0 win over Deportivo. The win pushes them up firmly into first position with 13 points and, well, plus 18 goal difference. So we certainly had a wonderful evening bringing the action to you here on Sportsmax and CCN TV6. And until next week, Friday, catch you later.